forward. That applies a tremendous amount of pressure to the regime. Up until now, they've been able to play the waiting game. They've been able to play the rope-a-dope, wait for the UN thing, all the rest of this. Now, suddenly, that game has changed, and it's changed very dramatically. Stay tuned, if for no other reason, that is the time that we have always expected, that if anybody was going to mount an attack on Saddam himself, a coup, an assassination, anything else, this is the time.
Ken Ellard, and we continue to watch the picture out of Baghdad. This has not been an entirely one-sided battle. Kuwait has already found itself on the firing line, quite literally. We get more now from NBC's Steve Handelsman. He is live in Kuwait. Steve?
Lester, good evening. Here in Kuwait City, once again, the air raid sirens have sounded and then quickly subsided. It's a little after midnight here in the Kuwaiti capital. This has been a little more than 12 hours now of air raid alerts, with the sirens going off all during the day yesterday and now up to this morning, with people scrambling for their gas masks, many of them going down into underground shelters. A lot of fear and worry here. But so far, Lester, there have been air raids without any air raid alerts, I should say, without any genuine air raids. The only Iraqi missiles that we know that have fallen anywhere near the country of Kuwait have fallen up on the border area. Apparently efforts by the Iraqi army to target U.S. and British forces massed up there. And we should point out that even though those forces quite appropriately went on full chem and bio alert, donned their suits, put on their gas masks, so far as we know, again, there have been no Iraqi chemical or biological weapons attacks. That's good news, as is the news that the Apache helicopter, Lester, that was reported downed after taking Iraqi enemy fire, was not in fact shot down. It made what we were told was a hard landing. The crew assessed the condition of the aircraft, was able to take off again and get back up in the air and presumably either back to the battle or back to its base, presumably in northern Kuwait, safely, Lester. So far here, a lot of fear, a lot of concern, but apparently not a lot of genuine danger, and that's good news.
But a night of high anxiety. Steve Handelsman, thank you for the report from Kuwait. Again, that's Baghdad on the right of your screen. Let's update you these stories as we know them. Steve mentioned the Apache helicopter crew. It was a close call. They took gunfire, made a hard landing, but that crew is safe, apparently able to take off again and rejoin the fight. In the start of the ground war, coalition forces making big gains today. U.S. troops say they did encounter some resistance from Iraqi troops. They did encounter a lot of troops apparently willing to surrender, as had been the expectation. The strategic Al Faw Peninsula, now apparently controlled by British Marines, and Iraq's busiest commercial port by U.S. troops. Loud explosions rocked Baghdad earlier, and anti-aircraft fire lit up the night sky. The bombing did not last very long. U.S. military officials say it's not yet the shock and awe that has been promised. That, they say, is still to come. And U.S. officials saying it's most likely Saddam, the Iraqi leader, talking on state TV after the first strike on Baghdad, which happened last night Eastern time. Some experts thinking it may be a double, as Saddam had been a target in the cruise missile attacks, but the early indications are from voice analysis it was him. We continue to monitor breaking news. We'll bring you with the latest on Iraq again at the bottom of the hour. We do it every quarter of an hour. Let's go right now to the White House. The president today briefly talked to reporters during a cabinet meeting. Bob Kerr here to tell us about the president's message. Bob?
Lester, good afternoon. He did speak with reporters. He did not choose to answer any questions, however. It was a meeting with his cabinet a little while ago here at the White House, an important public show of resolve, if you will, for the president and his administration, as well as a chance for his non-national security related cabinet members to be briefed by the likes of Defense Secretary Rumsfeld and Secretary of State Powell. That occurred here at this cabinet meeting a little while ago. This is a bit of what the president had to say.
This cabinet is confident about the future of our country. We're confident we can achieve our objectives. I'm grateful for their service to their country.
The president, we're told, is calling foreign leaders today on an interesting day. Reaction from many world capitals very negative to the attack having begun last night. We knew in advance, obviously, that a lot of those nations weren't going to like it. White House telling us that the president understands what people are saying about it, appreciates their views, disagrees, and won't be deterred from his mission. And there's a real concerted effort being made both here and at the Pentagon to boost what is known as this this coalition of the willing today. Perhaps as we look at some of the military activity that took place a bit earlier in Baghdad, we can tell you that the president is now saying he's got some 40 countries in this coalition of the willing. He refers to it as an ever-growing coalition. But they are sensitive to criticism because in reality, back in the Gulf War, for example, you had a large coalition of countries that were actually participating in the fighting, participating in paying for these missions. That is not the case this time in terms of troops actually doing the fighting. It's the U.S., Great Britain, and Australia pretty much alone, although there are other countries playing supporting roles. Another thing that is interesting to note today, both here and at the Pentagon, is another attempt to reach out to Saddam Hussein and say, look, it's not too late. We would welcome your exile. Here's Ari Fleischer. We have that sound from Ari Fleischer about the exile? No, we don't. Well, what it is the same point the administration was making yesterday, which is to say that people in Iraq, from the leadership on down, ought to realize that to avoid a war, they still have open to them the option of leaving the country. He's urging the generals and the top people around Saddam Hussein not to fight for what they call a dying regime, Lester.
All right, Bob Kerr at the White House. Bob, thanks very much. On the streets of many American cities, it is clear this is a country on war footing based upon the increased and very visible security that we've seen in many spots today. Dan Abrams, NBC News chief legal correspondent, is here with more on the Homeland Security situation. Dan?
Well, Lester, so far all calm on the home front. So far so good, but there are a number of stories we are following in connection with home front security and the war on terror. First of all, this just in the last half an hour or so, the fact that the French Interior Ministry is saying the traces of the highly toxic poison ricin have been found at the railway station in Paris in 2 small flasks at the left luggage depot found there by railway workers. Steve Emerson is our terrorism expert. Steve, what to make of this? I mean, keep in mind the last time we heard about ricin as a poison was, I think, those 3 guys in London who were charged with conspiring to make chemical weapons when they found a sort of ricin making plant, effectively, in their home. What to make of this?
Well, what's interesting is that the guys who were arrested originally in London actually had been arrested as a result of arrests made in Paris earlier on, so it looks like it's coming full circle. If, in fact, it is confirmed that these were flasks with ricin in it, obviously it was deliberately left there for someone else to use and pick up, and not for some type of medicinal way, but presumably for a terrorist purpose. It's very, very alarming if it turns out to be absolutely true.
But again, we should keep in mind that what we know is that there were traces of ricin found. And again, this wasn't found today. It was found back on March 17th. But ricin, while very poisonous, is difficult to use as a weapon of mass destruction, is it not?
Yeah, well, you can't really disperse it, and it really depends upon actual contamination, and you have to have exposure to it directly, and even then, if you get treated immediately, you can take care of it. So it's not like something where you can just spread it around in an aerosol can or use some type of crop duster. It really does not have that capability of being widely diffused like that.
I think the most well-known case of using ricin as a poison was a Bulgarian dissident who was killed with a specially formulated umbrella, which was used to inject his leg with ricin. All right, let's talk about another big issue in the war on terror, the fact that the FBI issuing a worldwide alert today for a man, at least one of his names, Adnan El-Shukrijima. You've been looking into this. The FBI really want to talk to him. They say he's a pilot. They say he's an Al-Qaeda operative, last seen in the Miami area. What else do you know?
Well, the story was broken on NBC by Pete Williams several hours ago and confirmed obviously by the FBI, and the alert that they've issued reveals that there is somebody who was trained as a pilot, actually trained in the United States, lived in the United States for some time. His family is still here. He trained in Saudi Arabia. He took bayat for bin Laden. That is, he actually made an oath of allegiance to bin Laden himself. He is known to be a member of Al-Qaeda and was identified by U.S. intelligence as somebody who is, quote, armed and considered dangerous, and he's likely to be involved in some type of plotting right now in terms of trying to attack the United States. His whereabouts are not known. Very interesting background. He comes from Guyana. He got religious instruction in Saudi Arabia, but his family still lives in the Florida area.
Yeah.
In fact, his father still is a resident of Florida.
We just don't know if he himself is still in the United States.
Right.
That's his picture. Take a good look. They don't know if he still has a beard or not, but the FBI certainly want to talk to him. Steve Emerson, thanks very much. We'll be checking in with you regularly in the days to come. Lester, back to you.
Dan Abrams, host of the Abrams Report. Dan, thanks very much for the update on the Homeland Security situation. The President Bush ultimately led America into this war with an approval rating more than 60%. He also was backed by a congressional resolution. Only one Republican did not go along with that resolution. And we're joined now by Senator Lincoln Chafee of Rhode Island. Senator, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
What are your thoughts now as America is engaged in this war that you so opposed?
Well, I do assume that we're going to be successful. Secretary Powell testified to one of our Senate Foreign Relations Committee that the Iraqi army is a third of what it was during the Gulf War, and that was over quickly. So with that, I think we can assume that this should be very successful. We're certainly praying and hoping it is.
What do you take from the fact that the air raids in Baghdad so far have been rather isolated and pinprick, if I can use that term?
Well, I do think that we're going into this with a lot of knowledge and superior firepower. And as I said, I think we've got a lot of armaments on our side, and we're prepared to be very, very victorious. And I think that's the direction we're going.
You sound upbeat, and you seem to be convinced that the goals will be attained. But is your opposition to the idea of going to war still as firm?
Yes, I think the fracturing of our hard-fought alliances that we built up over the last 50 years are a serious ramification to the overall fight against terrorism and the continuing challenges we're going to have, whether it's in Afghanistan or North Korea. We're going to need our friendly countries helping us, and not only with North Korea and Afghanistan, I said, but fighting terrorism around the world.
Do you think the extent of damage, if there is, in that relationship will depend on the length of this conflict and how quickly the U.S. can be successful?
I think a lot of it has to do to how we conduct ourselves, the attitude we have with these countries. And there are serious rifts right now. It can be repaired with good diplomacy, and I hope we return to that. Certainly some of the provocative language has been very harmful.
And what about your language? Are you ratcheting it down because U.S. troops now are on the line?
Well, yes, I'm very concerned. I continue to express my opposition, but I've said all along I thought this would be successful. It's the long-term ramifications of what we're doing here and the different course we're taking than we've ever taken before with such high visibility in such a country departing from the United Nations, going in preemptively. These are big departures from how the United States has conducted itself on the world stage for many years.
That said, is there a certain part of you that welcomes the fact that there may be an end game, no matter how that end game comes about, to this 12 years of standoff with Iraq?
Well, what concerns me most is if the pattern we see applied to Iraq, that is abandoning of our alliances and willing to be very preemptive without any real evidence of weapons of mass destruction. There was a lot of rhetoric, but there was no evidence of weapons of mass destruction. I don't think anyone would argue that. We saw the aluminum tubes, and that turned out not to be really associated with nuclear weapons. And then the talk about the various other capacities for weapons of mass destruction. They weren't proven, but if we see this pattern, and then try to apply it to North Korea, preemptive strikes, abandoning of alliances, we're in for a much bigger scrap as we face North Korea.
And are you prepared for the fact that the U.S. could, as a result of this military action, find that evidence that was so elusive to inspectors?
That remains to be seen, and then we'll have to decide what kind of a threat it was to us. Are they locally administered chemical weapons that were never really a threat to us here in the United States? And in conjunction with those countries that border Iraq that originally were so opposed to our intervention there, Jordan, even Kuwait, the Turks, of course, the Saudis, all opposed to this from the beginning. And then, of course, they came on our side as the more we pushed it. But from the initial start, they were against us. And how that, whatever we find, how much of a threat it might be, not only to those friendly allies on the border, but to us many thousands of miles away.
And Senator, you seem to be rejecting the notion that this was a national security issue. What do you think about the president's, even the name of this mission, Iraqi Freedom, the notion that it will free the Iraqi people?
Well, I think it's more, my own opinion is that it was about regime change from the beginning, and we're seeing really the fortification of a doctrine that many of those in the administration have talked about for the last 10 years, and that is to be preemptive and to stamp out threats before they become greater to us. And when they see a threat, the doctrine says we move in quickly and if necessarily unilaterally. And we're seeing that here, and again, that concerns me about where we go elsewhere in the world, whether it's in Iran, which might have nuclear weapons, and certainly North Korea that does.
Senator Lincoln Chafee, thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
This, of course, has, he talked about the potential for division among U.S. allies in Europe. This is a very divisive issue. The United States going to war, to regime change in Iraq. Let's go to Brussels now. NBC's Shelley Smith is standing by. Shelley?
Well, Lester, European leaders have gone home for the evening. They will be back here tomorrow to finish up this two-day summit here in Brussels. The focus, of course, is the war on Iraq. Leaders of the 15-member union arrived here under tight security. Each of the delegates had a police escort. They entered under a special secured entrance to the building. Security has been tightened here. The street out front of the EU headquarters has been blocked off, and there are police patrols on horseback and armored cars around the building. They were supposed to be here for an economic summit, but of course the focus is on Iraq. It's an issue that has deeply divided the European Union. In fact, EU leaders admit that they are in the midst of a crisis. They have not been able to form any common foreign policy on Iraq, and countries have been blaming one another for the breakdown in diplomacy. Tonight, they simply issued one statement saying that they agreed to give humanitarian aid to Iraq, but they have not actually agreed on the figures and what exactly they are going to give. There is not much support here, as you can imagine, for this U.S.-led war. In fact, France, which led the opposition, called the attack illegitimate and dangerous. In Paris, there thousands of anti-war protesters surrounded the U.S. embassy there. Riot police were brought in. They were chanting anti-American slogans and had signs like "Yankee Go Home." Germany, which has also aligned itself with France, says the war was a wrong decision. However, they have pledged humanitarian aid to the Iraqi people, and although they will not participate in this military effort, they say that they will allow Americans to use German bases and airspace. Lester?
Shelley, thank you. I want to bring into our conversation Rachel Bronson with the Council on Foreign Relations in New York. Rachel, thank you for joining us. What are your thoughts about the relationship now between the U.S. and those European countries that oppose this action now that the war is underway? Rachel, you with me?
Yes, Lester, I'm sorry. I didn't hear the question.
That's okay. I wanted to get your thoughts on the relationship and the relative damage between the U.S. and European allies who are against this war now that the war is underway.
Right. We're in a very stark situation, obviously, and relations with many important partners, Germany and France, are very strained at this moment. I don't think it's irreparable, to be sure, but I think the next challenge for the relationship and our partners with Europe is how we manage the post-conflict scenario. I think everything that's happened before has been very troublesome, but there is one more opportunity, if you will, and it will be about sort of organizing an effort for how to fix this challenge of Iraq.
Is there an acceptance, though, that settles in at this point? The war is on, the diplomacy is over, and will there be a sense that everyone will tend to move on together from here?
No, I don't think so. I don't think we can just sort of leave that to fate and let it happen. I think right now, if you look at some of the statements coming out from France, I've been actually quite surprised that they're still very strident, and they will cause enormous acrimony back in Washington. And Washington will not be in a mood to turn this back to the UN, for instance. By the way, France is suggesting that they do. So I don't think this will naturally happen. This continues to be about diplomacy. We tend to split out diplomacy and military action, but they're really part and parcel of the same.
All right. Rachel, we got to end it there. Rachel Bronson, Council on Foreign Relations. Rachel, thank you for joining us very much. We continue to look at the picture from Baghdad, where it's nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, a city on the edge, expectant. Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of Target Iraq. As we reported, Baghdad had been hit earlier. It's quiet there right now. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. They continue to watch and wait to see if the U.S. will strike again, as we do every 15 minutes. We like to bring you the very latest up to speed with what's going on right now. U.S. and British Marines are occupying parts of Iraq. This followed a spectacular barrage of artillery. They opened the southern front. They are reporting skirmishes with Iraqi troops, but many have surrendered. Reporters traveling with the Marines say they have seen burning oil wells sending black clouds of smoke into the night sky under a full moon. Targets in Baghdad still smoldering after taking hits from cruise missiles launched by British and U.S. warships. Government buildings and one of Saddam's homes also hit, and U.S. officials saying it is most likely Saddam we saw in that televised statement last night. The Iraqi leader was on state TV after the first strike on Baghdad, which happened last night Eastern time. Still unsure is whether this was tape, if it was prepared earlier. Some experts have continued to suggest it might have been a double because, of course, Saddam had been a target of the cruise missile attacks. And there was some encouraging news today with word the crew of an Apache helicopter made a narrow escape. They took fire in Iraq, were forced to make what's been described as a hard landing, but they managed to get the chopper back in the air and out of trouble. The two-person crew is safe. We'll have more headlines in Target Iraq every 15 minutes on the quarter hour. Now, as we look at the war, here's a story from Dateline's Dennis Murphy.
A little after 9 p.m. Iraqi time tonight, the United States attacked Baghdad with a ferocious assault of air and sea-launched cruise missiles, 2,000-pound penetrating bombs. The U.S. unleashed its terrible swift sword on downtown Baghdad, the palaces, the power center of Saddam Hussein and his elite. Peter Arnett, reporting for National Geographic Explorer and NBC News, described the view from his window.
Big explosion near the presidential palace. You will hear those explosions now.
Will this latest attack cripple the resolve of the Iraqi military? And this evening, there's even a question, surprisingly, about who's in charge. Who was this man on Iraqi TV tape denouncing Bush Jr. as a criminal? He looked like Saddam Hussein, but a more subdued version. One with unfamiliar glasses, reading listlessly from a lined pad, not the teleprompter the Iraqi president favors. The improbable mystery after an improbable start to war is this: is Saddam Hussein dead? Government analysts are studying the image, comparing the voice, Saddam or a double. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the who is he question is very much on everyone's mind today.
Mr. Secretary, do you believe, in fact, that the man on the tape that was run on Iraqi TV last night was, in fact, Saddam Hussein?
There's debate about that.
Iraq responded to the first attack by an almost punch-drunk launch of short-range missiles aimed at U.S. troops across the border in Kuwait. They landed without effect. NBC's Dana Lewis, with 101st Airborne on the Kuwait-Iraqi border, had to put on a gas mask as a horn warned of an impending missile attack.
We have just heard another alarm.
Scenes like this were repeated many times today. The war began at dawn Iraqi time with a total fake-out, a directed lightning attempt to kill Saddam Hussein and his top leaders. Multiple explosions thundered. An orange fireball erupted moments later over what would be described as a target of opportunity, a leadership compound in Baghdad, where President Bush had been told at an intelligence briefing the Iraqi president was meeting with his top military commanders, including possibly his two sons, Qusay and Uday. The president spoke to the nation from the Oval Office 45 minutes later.
On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war.
A barrage of cruise missiles, 36 of them at least, were fired from U.S. Navy ships in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, all aimed at selected targets inside Iraq, principally that leadership compound and bunker. In addition, 2 stealth bombers like this one, packing what military commanders might have hoped would be the kill shot, each warplane dropping a 2,000-pound bomb called the Bunker Buster. This NBC News animation illustrates the capability of a bunker buster attack if everything goes perfectly. The attacking bombers fix a laser beam on their target, and the unleashed weapon flies towards it. The bomb penetrates the building, smashes through the lower floors, the underground bunkers, and explodes with lethal consequences. Meanwhile, intense U.S. Army howitzer fire from Kuwait into Iraq this evening is being seen as the start of the ground war.
Jeez.
Kuwait's news agency is reporting that U.S. troops have already moved out across the border and taken an Iraqi border town. President Bush met with cabinet officials this afternoon and spoke of the men and women of the U.S. military.
There's no question we've set the finest of our citizens into harm's way. They perform with great skill and great bravery. We thank them. We thank their loved ones. We appreciate their sacrifice.
A number of world leaders, prominently Russia's President Putin, has called the U.S.-led attack a mistake. Bush's press secretary said the president understands views like Putin's, but said they won't change the battle plan.
The president understands and respects the opinions of leaders like President Putin. Nevertheless, that will not deter the United States and the coalition of the willing from disarming the Iraqi regime.
Parts of downtown Baghdad are in flames tonight. The military compares its strategy to a boxer's. Punch him hard, then stand back and see if he needs another.
Dayline's Dennis Murphy bringing us up to where we are right now. A short time ago, British Prime Minister Tony Blair addressed his nation and talked about the war with Iraq. Here it is.
The threat to Britain today is not that of my father's generation. War between the big powers is unlikely. Europe is at peace. The Cold War already a memory. But this new world faces a new threat of disorder and chaos, born either of brutal states like Iraq, armed with weapons of mass destruction, or of extreme terrorist groups. Both hate our way of life, our freedom, our democracy. My fear, deeply held, based in part on the intelligence that I see, is that these threats come together and deliver catastrophe to our country and our world. These tyrannical states do not care for the sanctity of human life. The terrorists delight in destroying it. Some say if we act, we become a target. The truth is, all nations are targets. Bali was never in the front line of action against terrorism. America didn't attack Al-Qaeda. They attacked America. Britain has never been a nation to hide at the back. But even if we were, it wouldn't avail us. Should terrorists obtain these weapons, now being manufactured and traded around the world, the carnage they could inflict to our economies, our security, to world peace would be beyond our most vivid imagination. My judgment as Prime Minister is that this threat is real, growing, and of an entirely different nature to any conventional threat to our security that Britain has faced before. For 12 years, the world tried to disarm Saddam after his wars in which hundreds of thousands died. UN weapons inspectors say vast amounts of chemical and biological poisons such as anthrax, VX nerve agent and mustard gas remain unaccounted for in Iraq. So our choice is clear. Back down and leave Saddam hugely strengthened, or proceed to disarm him by force. Retreat might give us a moment of respite, but years of repentance at our weakness would, I believe, follow. It is true Saddam is not the only threat, but it is true also, as we British know, that the best way to deal with future threats peacefully is to deal with present threats with resolve. Removing Saddam will be a blessing to the Iraqi people. 4 million Iraqis are in exile, 60% of the population dependent on food aid. Thousands of children die every year through malnutrition and disease. Hundreds of thousands have been driven from their homes or murdered. I hope the Iraqi people hear this message. We are with you. Our enemy is not you, but your barbarous rulers. Our commitment to the post-Saddam humanitarian effort will be total. We shall help Iraq move towards democracy and put the money from Iraqi oil in a UN trust fund so that it benefits Iraq and no one else. Neither should Iraq be our only concern. President Bush and I have committed ourselves to peace in the Middle East based on a secure state of Israel and a viable Palestinian state. We will strive to see it done. But these challenges, and others that confront us, poverty, the environment, the ravages of disease, require a world of order and stability. Dictators like Saddam, terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda, threaten the very existence of such a world. That is why I've asked our troops to go into action tonight. As so often before, on the courage and determination of British men and women serving our country, the fate of many nations rests.
Prime Minister Tony Blair, in an address aired to the British people just a short time ago, British submarines taking the part in their first actions, firing cruise missiles at Baghdad today, and British troops reportedly on the ground, on the move in Iraq tonight. We've got full coverage. We'll go to Jeannie Ohm at the Pentagon in a moment to update the war situation from the U.S. perspective. Right now, Kiko Itasaka in our London bureau with more on Prime Minister Blair's address. Kiko.
Lester, this was Prime Minister Tony Blair's first message to the British public since military action began. He spoke of Israel, Palestine, the reconstruction of Iraq, terrorism, and humanitarian issues. But most of all, he made it clear that the British have joined the battle. Now, news of the British troops not long ago, Royal Marines and the 3 Command moved into the Al-Faw Peninsula in southern Iraq, RAF Tornadoes and Harriers flying throughout the evening, backing up the ground troops, and at RAF Fairford Base here in England, a very interesting sight, bombs being loaded onto American B-52s. Now, there were protests everywhere today, as you know, including in London outside the Houses of Parliament, against war, against President Bush, and against the Prime Minister. But more British are rallying behind their troops, including Queen Elizabeth, who issued a statement from Buckingham Palace today. Let me just read you a little bit of that. She said, "May your mission be quick and decisive, your courage steady and true, and your conduct in the highest traditions of your service, both in waging war and bringing peace." Lester?
Kiko Itasaka in our London bureau tonight. Kiko, thanks very much. I want to go to Jeannie Ohm right now at the Pentagon, who's covering developments there. It's been so many hours, several hours, since we saw the latest attack on Baghdad. Has the Pentagon given you any sense of what may be to come before this night is over?
Lester, what we've been seeing throughout the day are specific missions and precision strikes, and also what the Pentagon has been calling continuing preparation of the battlefield. So no, we are not seeing that massive air and ground assault that we've heard for weeks now from senior Pentagon officials describing that whole shock and awe campaign. That's something Defense Secretary Rumsfeld reiterated today, saying yes, it will be something like anything anyone has ever seen before. But both the Secretary as well as General Myers made it very clear that war plans are fluid, that they could change based on intelligence as well as the realities of the situation. That's certainly what happened yesterday with that first strike initially in Baghdad on Saddam Hussein. Of course, battle damage assessment is still ongoing, but we should point out a senior U.S. official is telling us so far they've identified about 45 leadership targets and other security targets that they're very much focused on. Again, though, that is a fluid situation. Now, just a short time ago, Secretary Rumsfeld taped a message for the troops to rally them as they head into the battle. Here's a little portion of that.
As you prepare, know that this war is necessary, it is just, and that you have the resources and commitment you need to achieve victory. You have the strong support of your Commander-in-Chief, of the Congress, and of the American people. I thank you all for what you do for our country. May God bless you and keep you and guide you in the days ahead.
Now, we want to share with you some new video we just got in, and it's interesting to note the timing of it. The Moab testing, the very first live ordnance testing of the mother of all bombs, if you will, the 21,500-pound precision-guided weapon, that happened last week. But interestingly enough, the DoD made it available today. In the new angles there, you can see the image of the aftermath of the largest conventional bomb in the U.S. arsenal. Big question is, will Moab be used? Well, General Myers made it very clear anything in the U.S. arsenal, even if it's still in development, would be available and they could use it if they wanted to. But perhaps this has to do with more of the psychological campaign that has been underway for weeks now. Not only of the talk about the shock and awe and how many bombs would be used, but the leaflet drops continued, as well as direct communication with the Iraqi military not to fight U.S. forces. Lester?
All right, Jeannie Ohm at the Pentagon Force. Jeannie, thank you very much. Let's bring you up to date with the latest. The latest is, once again, in Kuwait City, the sounds of sirens. They have heard them off and on again since morning their time. They will often get the all clear. There were, as you know, earlier on, missiles that were fired into Kuwait, into the desert, intercepted by Patriot missiles. This is a view from our rooftop location, Liberation Tower in the background. This, I believe, is the Christian, a Coptic church just across the street from our location. Maybe we can listen and we can hear the sirens. Well, apparently not. We don't have any audio from that situation, but we'll continue to watch what's going on there. Don Teague will be in front of the camera shortly. Joining me now, though, in the War Room, retired U.S. Army Colonel Ken Allard. We're also joined from New York by Vice Admiral Dennis McGinn to talk about today's developments. Admiral McGinn, if I can begin with you, we now know that, and referring to the map here, that U.S. Marines on the move. They have taken Qasr, apparently a port city right there at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. Strategically, is that an important get?
I think it is, Lester. It, first of all, signifies the first tangible objective that the Marines have started as they move up the river valleys there, up the peninsula. And I think that this is a significant for morale, if for no other reason.
And Ken, how important is it for the U.S. and the British to take some of these cities down in the south very quickly in terms of sending a greater message to the whole of Iraq?
Lester, what we've been talking about for most of today have been these strikes directed against the leadership in Baghdad. Now, at the same time that that's going on, oh, by the way, we have a very powerful ground and amphibious force coming at you from the south. And what it's going to rapidly succeed in doing is putting some very direct pressure to bear against the regime, not just the direct stuff that we've seen, but also the indirect stuff. Your country is now being systematically taken away from you by a force that you can't stop.
And these troops are now on the move. It's a little blue symbol on my map, but we're talking about the M1A1 tank in all likelihood, which is designed to move very quickly. Once these troops now break out from their pre-attack positions there, do they become in some way safer, even though they're going into the face of the enemy?
Oh, yeah. And I would tell you that the Marines came somewhat late in the game to the M1A1, but they were persuaded in 1990 and 91 that that was absolutely the way to go, and now they appreciate fully what its benefits are. I mean, it's got a tremendous cross-country speed, 40, 50 miles an hour. It is by far the world's most capable tank. And the Marines have got the full complement of light armored vehicles to go along with it. All in all, it makes a very, very powerful force.
I want to get your thoughts, Admiral, on Turkey's decision to open up their airspace to U.S. airplanes. They can't stage attacks, but they can simply fly over. At this point, does that offer any practical advantage to this war effort?
It sure does, Lester. Clearly, it offers more options to move air power in, both the U.S. Navy coming off those carrier decks, the two carrier decks out there in the eastern Mediterranean, as well as the United States Air Force. This just gives Saddam Hussein and his air defense commanders more things to worry about. So I think it is a significant and positive development. One other point, Lester, on the Marine movement. The Marines, as you may know, have a very good concept of operations called the Marine Air Ground Task Force. So in addition to the capabilities on the ground that Colonel Allard mentioned, they have Marine aviation there with them, helicopters and fixed wing, giving them that added combat punch and able to move out under that umbrella.
Admiral, I'm going to have to cut our conversation short. Dana Lewis is with the 101st Airborne Division. Something's happening there along the border. Let's go to Dana. Okay. What do you got, pal? Go ahead, Dana.
We are, hi. We are, as you know, in northern Iraq with the 101st Airborne. Just another siren has gone off. All of the soldiers again into this bunker for the second time in about an hour. So we are waiting word now to see if a missile was inbound or what it was. I can tell you that the last time I talked to you, when we were in the bunker, we did some checking, and they tell us that there was a missile fired about an hour ago, that it landed in the port, not very far from Kuwait City. It hit the water. There was no damage, no one injured, but there had indeed been another missile fired from the Iraqi side. Back to you.
Was this believed to be another of the Al-Babil missiles or the Al-Samud? Do they know what kind?
There was no indication it was a Scud, so it may well have been one of those missiles, but it has yet to be confirmed as to what it was. It hit the water, so I think it's hard to tell, but certainly you're right, they go back and they examine launch and trajectory and distance, and then they come to a conclusion on what type of missile it was. But so far, they haven't confirmed that for us.
Dana, I can only imagine the jitters for not only yourself, but the troops you're with, having to time and time again suit up and run into that. Looks like a very crowded bunker.
Crowded bunker with, you know, when it's packed, there's about 40 people in there, but some soldiers, I noticed the last time, didn't even go in the bunker. They've stood out, they've donned their masks, but they're trying to get work done here. They have convoys of vehicles coming in because one of their ships arrived today, and so they're trying to move that equipment, and every time one of these things happen, it takes a half an hour out of your day. But people have to get up, they're trying to sleep, they're on different shifts, they leave their tents, they come running, and then we sit and we wait for the all clear, and that's what we're waiting for now.
And as a journalist embedded with the troops, are you essentially on your own in terms of making the decision? Clearly you're outside that bunker, they're in it.
It is my decision, and you know, I've talked to the commanders about what this bunker would do. If you have a very large missile coming in on top of this, it's not going to do much for you. If you have one landing nearby, it would protect you against some shrapnel, and in fact, the launch area is over my shoulder that way. If it comes this way, and I might get some protection from it, but you know, these missiles, they're not guided, and they don't hit anything they're aimed at, and this is a very large desert and a big area, so that bunker, I don't think in the end is going to do much for anyone, but certainly we don the mask. I mean, if there's chemical or biological agents in any of those warheads, you know, God forbid, but we put these on because there's no second chance with that.
I'm wondering if this becomes, to coin a phrase, the missile that cries wolf. Is there a fear among commanders that over time the troops won't respond as quickly, will not go in the bunker, will put themselves at more risk?
No, I don't think so. And I think that the risk increases, according to the commanders, as the troops move into Iraq, and the assessment has been that Saddam may be saving that stuff, that what he'll do is he'll wait till forces get very, very close to Baghdad. There are only so many entry points, main arteries in, and as the armor and the infantry begin to close on the city, according to intelligence assessments here, they believe that is, if he is going to use it, that is when he will use it. So no. I think as they get closer to Baghdad, you'll see people taking more precautions. They'll be probably wearing the full suits and very much ready with all of their detection equipment and all of the equipment that allows them to clean their equipment to proceed forward if indeed he launches. But no, there's a sense this isn't going to become less risky. It will become more risky as the battle advances.
Have you heard any intelligence as to what might be awaiting the 101st Airborne just on the other side of the border, what they may have left that could hurt you?
Well, certainly we've heard that he's got those surface-to-surface missiles. Some are in the north, some in the south are unaccounted for, and I think that we're seeing some of these launches as a result of that, because they didn't think that he would be able to hit this desert so well as he's been trying to do. He hasn't hit it very well, but he certainly hit it in terms of range. The other concerns is as these convoys move into Iraq, you're talking about thousands of soldiers, hundreds of vehicles. They're worried that he could try to launch some terror attacks at convoys, lots of areas that he could mine, ambushes he could set up. They are all concerns as they move in.
Dana, we all know a moving target is the best target. To that extent, when you talk to the troops, are they getting a bit restless sitting in one place while people may be trying to train missiles on them?
They're certainly restless. They want to get this underway, and I think that they feel that the longer they sit here, the more they become a sitting duck. If they're moving over the border He doesn't know where they are. They move at night. Night's their best friend. They move in Black Hawk attack helicopters. They're able to move quickly. Eventually, I think you'll see them moving soon and overtaking the mechanized infantry at one point as soon as they get into those helicopters and they're given points to go to. But yes, you're absolutely right. The longer they sit here, the more these soldiers feel that they're left in a vulnerable position, and they would rather be on the move sooner than later.
You made a point that they have work to do even late at night there, and it reminds us that the 101st Airborne came in relatively at the last minute. Do they have all the pieces in place that they feel they need?
As of now, they're probably close to getting the pieces that they need, but you're absolutely right. They came into the game late. 3 full brigades moved over here, making up a division of more than 14,500 soldiers. And that last brigade, which I'm with, the 2nd Brigade, only got its vital ship supplies in port a day and a half ago, and that ship was unloaded today. And we were watching hundreds of soldiers out here earlier tonight getting ready to move in convoys, go and pick up their equipment, bring it back. They've got some painting of vehicles to do. They do some markings on them to identify them from friend versus foe so that the helicopters can see them and other units can see them. But they'll be ready to move very soon. I think that they'll be in a good position, and they're going to be needed because as the infantry moves forward and the battle develops, they're going to need airborne units that can go and get to one town or one city quickly. And in the end, these are the guys that fight in the cities and are trained in urban warfare, and mechanized infantry can't do it. They're going to need the 101st Airborne, and that's what they've been sent to do. And I think the ultimate target for this unit will be Baghdad.
Dana Lewis will continue to monitor your position there. Dana Lewis, the 101st Airborne, again under another missile alert. They have been through many tonight, and no doubt anxious nerves there and a night of no rest. And before we move on, Ken Allard, to talk very quickly about the 101st Airborne, the fact that they did come late to this. They were brought in. There's still ships offshore with other units. Is there a sense that maybe this battle plan has gotten ahead of the capability on the ground?
Well, first of all, the 101st is commanded by Major General Dave Petraeus, fine officer, guy that I know very well, served with. And it is absolutely the premier air assault division in the United States Army. It is precisely the kind of light infantry that'll do exactly what Dana said. It is precisely intended to leap ahead.
But wouldn't you want them all there before you start something?
You absolutely want them all there, and much more to the point, you also want all their equipment there. You want it ready to go. We've heard about this rolling start, and what you just heard was a demonstration of some of the things that go wrong. So that, what you've got with your rolling start is while you're rolling the stuff off the ship, to get it together with your unit and put the unit equipment in order, gee, all of a sudden you're under a missile attack. And oh, by the way, it's not real clear how long you actually have to jump off for a mission.
Well, they, of course, no fault of their own. We should point out that they've come to
this is just the way it is. And again, what happens is that the soldiers are the ones that always have to carry the burden of whatever else may have gone wrong. They have to get out of bed, out of the bunkers, whatever, and get it done, and that's what they're doing.
Every company.
You bet.
Okay.
You bet.
Ken Allard, thanks very much. We want to go to Turkey right now. NBC's George Lewis is standing by there. George?
Lester, tonight Turkey granted overflight rights to the United States to use Turkish airspace to hit Iraq. It isn't quite clear when Turkey's going to go ahead and actually allow the planes to start overflying, but that's good news for the Pentagon in that it will now enable carriers in the Mediterranean to launch their planes directly across Turkey into northern Iraq. It will also allow U.S. bases in Europe to load up men and launch them toward Iraq to pre-position troops. Eventually, what's going to happen in northern Iraq is that U.S. troops will be landing there on air bases that have been secured, and there will be a northern front strike against Iraq. What Turkey is not allowing is the presence of U.S. ground troops on Turkish soil to join that northern front strike. That's something the Pentagon also wanted but didn't get. Now, also in this passage of this measure, Turkey says it's going to send its own troops into northern Iraq, which is something that that Washington definitely does not want. Turkey says it has to put its troops in northern Iraq to control a possible refugee problem, but Washington's fear is that the Turks and the Kurds who control that part of northern Iraq are going to get into a turf war over the oil fields there. They don't want a war within a war. That's a very complicating thing that could happen as the U.S. forces are battling Saddam Hussein's army. So the situation still is very fluid, but the one piece of good news is that the U.S. has gained overflight rights here in Turkey. Lester?
George Lewis. George, thank you very much with a report from Turkey. We're nearing the bottom of the hour. Let's bring you up to date as we do every 15 minutes. The latest right now in the war with Iraq, the start of the ground war, coalition forces making significant gains today. U.S. troops encountering some resistance from Iraqi troops. Many surrendered. The strategic Al-Faw Peninsula now reportedly under the control of British Marines. Iraq's busiest commercial port in the hands of U.S. troops. Reporters accompanying Marines said they saw burning oil wells in the south. Loud explosions earlier rocked Baghdad. Anti-aircraft fire lit up the night sky there. The bombing didn't last long. It was intense but short. U.S. military officials say this is not yet the start of the shock and awe that they have promised. British Prime Minister Tony Blair addressed his nation for the first time since the bombing began. He says a war will eventually bring peace to Iraq, and money from the country's oil will be used for the good of the Iraqi people. Looks like a close call for the crew of an Apache helicopter inside Iraq. U.S. officials now say it reported taking gunfire, although the latest information we're getting on this is that it was weather that was the contributing factor that forced this chopper down. They may have taken gunfire, but it was weather that forced them to make a hard landing. They got back in the air. The crew is fine and back at their base right now. Our continuing coverage now from the Middle East. We're going to take you in a moment to northern Iraq. Fred Francis standing by. Rob Morrison is in Qatar with the latest from Central Command. But let's begin with Fred in northern Iraq, where there has been fears of a refugee crisis. What's the story from there?
Well, I must tell you, Lester, that 4 million Iraqi people have moved into the mountains, but they have not moved to the borders. The good news in northern Iraq tonight, there has been no fighting. The bad news is what my colleague George Lewis just reported from Turkey, that Turkish forces are going to come across the border about 150 miles north of here, come across the border, they say, to protect against a refugee situation that has not developed. This could really be a mess for U.S. strategy in the region. The key target up here is the oil-rich city of Kirkuk, and the Turks do not want the Kurds to regain control of Kirkuk, which is the ancestral home of the Kurds. The oil there, 1 million barrels a day, is the lifeblood of half the Iraqi economy, and certainly most of the Iraqi economy after this is all done. The Kurds say they must go back there. The Turks say they have as much right to Kirkuk, or at least not let the Kurds control the oil of Kirkuk. So it's a terrible geopolitical, geostrategic.
And it looks like we lost Fred Francis, and we'll take the opportunity to tell you that despite the amount of divisiveness and over the righteousness of the U.S. war operation, Congress has set aside, at least temporarily, any differences it may have had over the president's handling of Iraq, and has called for unity in support of American troops, and they put it on paper. They voted, the Senate voting unanimously, a resolution commending the president and the armed forces of the United States of America. The vote was 99-0. The war operation is being controlled out of a base near Doha, Qatar. That's where Rob Morrison is to update us on what he's hearing from there. Has there been an official briefing yet, Rob?
No, we haven't had that official briefing yet, Lester. When it finally does happen, you see this facility behind me. It's the new $1.5 million media center that's been built specifically for this operation inside that state-of-the-art briefing room, but it hasn't been used yet. General Frank's been keeping a low profile since he arrived in the region last week. The first time we see him will probably be when he briefs the media. We know he'll do at least the first briefing. After that, his other military commanders may take over. We're not really sure more about that. And speaking to military officials here tonight, we're getting an idea of what is going on in the general's war room, where he is with his top advisors, getting his information from the Joint Operations Center, or JOC. Inside that JOC facility, you have high-ranking military officers, all with combat experience, gathering the latest data, the communications and intelligence from the field. And then, as these military officials like to say, they turn all that information into knowledge and they pass it along to the general. He's in there with his advisors, as I said. He's looking at maps. He's amending the battle plan if need be. They've always said from the very beginning the best battle plan could change instantly once the first bullet is fired. And we know that the air attacks have begun. They seem to think we're still in the preparatory phases. What still remains to be seen is if this will be an incremental buildup in the airstrikes and the missile strikes, or if it's just a kind of a prelude right now to this so-called shock and awe phase that we've heard so much about. That's the latest here from CENTCOM. Back to you, Lester.
And Rob, I'm curious, we were talking earlier about the 101st Airborne Division still offloading and getting supplies ready. If there's any consideration or any thought there that they would have liked to have had more pieces in place before making this move.
Well, I don't really, I haven't heard anything like that. All I've heard from the people here at CENTCOM is they've been up and operational here for some time, and they've moved into 24-hour operations several weeks ago just to get ready for the first attack whenever it came. So they seem to think that they were ready to strike at any time. They were just waiting for the orders. Of course, we're going to have to wait and see how it plays out on the ground.
Okay, Rob Morrison and Qatar at Central Command headquarters. Let's talk about what people are talking about around the world. There were those countries who were willing, unwilling. The president calls it the coalition of the willing that has lined up behind this war effort. For more on what's being said, MSNBC's Natalie Morales at our listening posts.
Lester, from monitoring some of the other news organizations, I can tell you what's being reported right now. CBS Radio reporting that more Iraqi soldiers are surrendering to U.S. troops. They were found by Marines just over the Kuwaiti border. The Iraqis apparently were laying minefields when they were intercepted. Also, the Kuwaiti news agency and MSNBC confirming that U.S.-led troops have taken control of various Iraqi towns, again in that same region just over the Kuwaiti border. And NBC News has learned from a senior U.S. official that there are over 45 leadership and security targets yet to be attacked. They are to be struck over the course of the campaign. Lester?
All right, Natalie Morales, thank you very much. We have reported on all the troops who have gathered in the Persian Gulf for this war. We have seen other units back here stateside waiting for their orders. Camp Pendleton in California, one of those places. NBC's Dan Lothian is there. Dan?
Hello, Lester. Well, we are told that indeed there could be additional deployments from this base. Right now, it's relatively quiet here. There are not that many military personnel left on the base because many of the 35,000 Marines who call this base home are now in the Persian Gulf region, no doubt playing a vital role in the ground combat that is taking place as the troops enter into Iraq. Last night, soon after the bombs started dropping over Baghdad, we were here as some of the Marines were returning to the base, found a couple of things. Some who were emotional because their family members and their friends were now officially going into harm's way as this war got underway. We also heard from some who wished that they could be in the middle of the action.
I've been in for a while, and anytime something like this happens, you feel like you should be over there.
Lester, also today, I don't believe we have the pictures, but we had a chance to go to Del Rio Elementary School, which is right on the outskirts of the base. About 15% of the population there are kids whose parents are in the military, and perhaps even some of their parents are overseas. And what they have done since 9/11, they have developed quite a relationship with the personnel on the base. They have even adopted an air unit. And today, even though this war is ongoing, some of the members of that unit were at that school answering some of the questions of these children. And one young girl asking one Marine, are you afraid to die? And what do you think about dying? Because my father was a Marine and he died. So Marines taking time to deal with some of the issues of war, especially coming from the youngsters. Lester?
Dan Lothian at Camp Pendleton. Dan, thank you very much. Part of our coverage of the war in Iraq includes Hardball host Chris Matthews with reaction from Washington. Chris, good afternoon.
Lester, thank you very much. What's going on right now in Washington is there's a lid on at the White House in effect. You're learning nothing from the Pentagon, but fortunately, Howard Feynman's been all over Capitol Hill. Howard, that's the best listening post in town on this war right now.
It's one of the only available ones, and talking to members of the intelligence committees, you get an interesting side view of what's going on. There was supposed to be today a briefing by the CIA about last night's hit on the question of who might have been gotten in that affair. The briefing was postponed, and then I learned a couple hours ago it was canceled. Now,
you're reading on that?
That's subject to a couple of interpretations. One of the committees told me, well, if the administration knew that we definitely had gotten the people, including Saddam, we'd be hearing about it really quickly. I think the fair interpretation is that the CIA doesn't really know. And until they know one way or another, they're not going to tell anybody on the Hill. But skeptics on the Hill are saying it probably means we didn't get the big guy, and we're not sure who else we might have.
Why do you think Don Rumsfeld said in his briefing this morning that we're waiting for the damage report, a damage assessment, as if it's a technical thing? They're certainly not using these recorded pictures of Saddam Hussein, which could have been done 4 years ago, for all we know, although his weight seemed to have been up at the time. As guides of whether he's alive or not. They're not proof of life.
I think that my take on the canceling of the briefing is that the CIA doesn't yet really know for sure one way or another, and this is such a weighty matter because it would affect the whole course of the war, whether there is the shock and awe plan or not, that they really want to be sure, and they don't want to tell the Hill because the moment they tell the Hill, even if it's the intelligence committees, the whole world is going to know.
I spoke to someone earlier today who was a top-level congressman on the Hill with a lot of influence over armed services and that sort of thing. His hearing from the White House, they're very happy with the way things are going. I want to ask you about some of the big question marks. Everything looks very clean right now. We're the biggest power in the world. Iraq may be one of the smallest. But let's talk about how things could come apart over there based upon what you've heard today. Let's talk about Turkey. What kind of help are they actually going to give us in this fight?
The only help that the Turks are going to give us is so-called overflight rights, which means that we can fly our military aircraft over Turkish airspace, but we can't stop to refuel while we're there. You can't overstate how angry the administration is about the fact that we didn't get more. But the real
because it puts our guys at risk and requires them to go on long-range flights that would be much easier as they do a puddle jump.
And also to bring troops to the north is going to be a much more difficult task. But the sources I was talking to today on the intelligence committees are worried that the Turks are going to take the vacuum in the north and move their own troops in there, perhaps even toward the very valuable oil fields in that part of the world. And there are not going to be enough American troops up in that region to present a solid front to prevent that vacuum from being created. That's a very big concern because there's at least a theoretical possibility, according to my sources up there, that you could have a standoff between American and Turkish troops, which is a
armed men facing each other,
which is a nightmare that we don't want to face. That's one thing they talk about.
Because what is the Turkish ambition in northern Iraq? If we look at a map, what do they want to achieve? Do they want to annex that part of the world, bring in the Kurds as well, bring in the oil as well, and accept all the results of all that?
Well, I think there's some people up on the Hill who worry that that's what they want. I think what the Turks want, based on my other knowledge of this situation from Turkish sources, is that they want to make sure that the Kurds don't move to establish an independent state.
Right, I know that.
And that's their big concern.
And that's why they put their troops in there to keep it stable.
I was surprised to hear these people saying, no, the Turks want to go after those oil fields.
We're looking at the other part of the country today, too, the Shia, down in the southern part where we are, in fact, invading on the ground. What about the possibility of a peaceful arrival ceremony a la in Paris, 1944, where the people wave and they shout and they cheer our arrival? Is that likely?
Well, that's definitely what the administration wants. They hope the war of the happy Iraqis. But the fact is, the people and the intelligence committees are worried that the Iranians, who are Shia Muslims also, have been training and paying for people to infiltrate those crowds in the South and make trouble in the South once the United States takes control.
Outside agitators.
Outside agitators trained by Iran. That's the concern among people.
To ruin the pictures.
To ruin the pictures and make life miserable in the weeks and months ahead.
So when we go into Iraq, as we're doing over this weekend and through early next week, we're going to encounter 3 Iraqs. The northern Kurds, who we may have to be competing with the Turks for that influence. The southern Shia, who have a common religious faith and denomination with the Shia in Iran, who run that, the mullahs who run Iran. In the middle part of the country, we deal with the people who are probably loyal, most loyal to Saddam. the Sunnis.
Right. I mean, you shouldn't. I want to make it clear that most people in the intelligence committees and the people in the know on Capitol Hill are quite supportive of this mission overall. They don't think that President Bush's attempt at a preemptive strike on Saddam to strike at the head was a bad idea.
No.
They think it was a good idea. Because if they could have gotten Saddam, and in fact, if they did get him or other members of the leadership, they can destabilize the Iraqi military leadership and the regime and save a whole lot of lives on both sides.
That's a wonderful thought.
But there is some tension between the Pentagon planners and the CIA.
In 30 seconds, why did the Democrats continue to whine and attack the president right up and through the deadline the other day?
Well, to be somewhat cynical about it, it's because they knew it wouldn't change the course of what was going to happen.
Just for the record.
It was to get the Hawks and Doves to have both of their statements out there. The Hawks quietly supportive of the war effort, the Doves squawking when they knew it was too late.
Sheer politics.
Pretty much so, I would say.
Thank you very much. Howard
Sure.
Fineman of MSNBC, political analyst and national analyst and all kinds of analysts. Thank you very much, Howard Fineman. Back to you, Lester.
Chris and Howard, thanks, gentlemen. It's 5:45 Eastern Time. As we do every 15 minutes, we bring you the latest on the war with Iraq. The military strike now well underway. It's not moved into high gear, according to Pentagon officials. Baghdad was hit a little after 9 o'clock their time tonight with a barrage of cruise missiles. They were fired by both U.S. and, for the first time, British ships involved. U.S. forces have pushed into southern Iraq and taken control of the country's main seaport. They reportedly encountered little resistance. Troops say many Iraqi soldiers have surrendered, and reporters traveling with the forces say they have seen burning oil wells. That grainy video, by the way, is some of the artillery barrage that prepped the battlefield before the advance. From the southern front to a northern one, the Turkish parliament voted today to allow U.S. planes to use that country's airspace for strikes against Iraq. U.S. officials say that face you saw on TV last night is likely Saddam Hussein. The Iraqi leader talked on state TV after the first strike on Baghdad last night. Some experts said it may be a double, as Saddam had been a target of the strike last night, but voice analysis so far suggests it was likely him. As we continue to monitor breaking news, we'll bring you up to date on the latest on Iraq again at the top of the hour. Now let's get the latest in the White House. The president briefly speaking to reporters during a cabinet meeting today. NBC's Bob Kerr joins us from outside the White House with more now. Bob.
Lester, good afternoon. The president asked taking no questions from reporters, didn't want to answer any, but he did speak on camera just for a little bit. But the cabinet meeting was really sort of an important show of public resolve for the president and his cabinet. Also a chance for the non-national security related members of the cabinet to be briefed by Defense Secretary Don Rumsfeld and Secretary of State Colin Powell. There was also a little bit of talk about unfinished domestic agenda business. The president urging the cabinet to keep on with that work even while the war progresses. Here's a little bit of what the president had to say.
This cabinet is confident about the future of our country. We're confident we can achieve our objectives. I'm grateful for their service to their country.
Other than that, the president spent much of the day not only on the phone with his military chiefs and Defense Secretary Rumsfeld, but also calling foreign leaders, touching base with them, and preparing them for what might come in the military action. The president early this morning, you can see him here in the Oval Office, very early in fact, being briefed on the attack last night. That CIA director tenet to the president's right there, and he's talking to obviously Vice President Cheney. Back of his head is what we see, and the president's chief of staff, Andy Card, standing in back of the president. There is some sensitivity here now to people who question what the president says is an ever-growing coalition of the willing that's helping to fight this war. The president saying there are about 40 countries involved. Critics, of course, pointing out that during the Gulf War back in 1991, many of the countries who were involved in the coalition actually were participating in the fighting. In this case, you have the United States, Great Britain, and Australia in terms of troops. And in contrast to back in 1991, when a lot of countries were chipping in to pay for the war, this time there's not much sign of that. To that end, the president signs an executive order late today, and we've gotten word of that. And this is an order that would freeze, not only freeze, but confiscate Iranian assets in this country. The hope of the administration is to take that money, a lot of money if they get a hold of it, and use it for helping the Iraqi people. Lester, back to you.
Bob Kerr, thanks very much. There is no doubt a lot of anxiety in Baghdad tonight. It's been several hours since the last missile strike, but the night is still not over. It's almost 2 in the morning there. And not far from the Iraqi border, about 50 miles south in the city of Kuwait City. Another restless night for folks there as they continually hear sirens, which amount to false alarms. Tonight, Don Teague reports from Kuwait City.
It is actually early morning here after midnight on Friday morning in Kuwait City, and thankfully a quiet night so far after a very busy day here in Kuwait. As you know, a couple of ballistic missiles fired at this country by Iraq today. Those missiles both intercepted, according to U.S. military officials, by Patriot missiles. But here in Kuwait City, the alarms went off about every hour for a 6-hour period today. It was an exercise, a routine of putting the gas masks on, taking cover, and then hearing the all clear and taking them back off. Really made for a very long day, and it really cleared this city out. You would have expected on a day like today to see a lot of people out and about. It's basically the first day of their weekend here, but most of the folks in Kuwait City were buttoned up, watching television, staying indoors, and just waiting to see what happens next. And my guess is tonight there are a lot of folks who will not be sleeping well tonight, wondering what tomorrow brings. Lester, back to you.
Don Teague out of Kuwait City tonight as war rages in that part of the world. Here at home, there's a fair amount of anxiety with this war, also a fair amount of emotion that certainly led up to this war. Measuring the pulse for us in California, Mark Mullen in San Francisco this afternoon. Mark, good day to you.
Good day to you. Protesters this morning vowed to shut down the entire financial district of San Francisco. They didn't exactly do that, but at times they came very, very close. The protesters had a particular strategy. Thousands of them converged at the foot of a very busy intersection here, and then they started fanning out. Small groups going in very different directions. Some went to busy intersections, snarling rush hour traffic for miles. Others blocked the entrances to corporations that demonstrators claim would profit from building a war-torn Iraq. In one case, motorists angry at being made late and not happy about being blocked actually tangled with some of the demonstrators and cleared the road themselves. In all, more than 350 arrests have been made. Even at this hour right now, some of the people who were at a rally here behind me have fanned out and are trying to stage some other civil disobedience around the country as well. Even though a lot of times on television, these rowdy demonstrators will get a lot of the attention. In full disclosure, we should tell you that they had a lot of people from the mainstream community, law-abiding, who were just out here just trying to basically make their feelings known. One other point, Lester, we should make. Obviously, this is a challenge for police and other officials dealing with all of these protesters, but it also comes exactly at the same time when the level of security is at a higher alert here in California and throughout the entire country. Basically, what that means is that police and other officials are charged not only with protecting these demonstrators, but also protecting national landmarks as well, all as a part of Homeland Security. A tough task indeed.
Mark Mullen, thanks very much. And authorities have even more reason to be anxious over Homeland Security. An FBI warning that al-Qaeda terrorists may be on the loose, a specific terrorist on the loose in the U.S. Also, the National Guard deployed to protect the nation's largest commercial nuclear power plant. Dan Abrams is keeping track of all Homeland Security developments. He's host of the Abrams Report and joins me now. Dan?
Well, Lester, I can say that I've been relieved that I haven't been on the air very much in the last day, and that's because there hasn't been a lot to report, fortunately, on the home front security issues. So far, so good around the country. Now, the FBI has put out a worldwide alert for this man, Adnan El-Shukri Juma. He's considered to be about 5 foot 4 inches tall, about 132 pounds. Intelligence sources tell NBC News he's a top al-Qaeda operative and could pose an imminent threat to U.S. interests or persons worldwide. Now, it's not known if he's in the country or he's overseas, but he certainly was here after 9/11. Now, these exclusive pictures show an FBI raid on his last known U.S. residence in Miramar, Florida. Today, Now, that happened today. Now, we're going to have more on that in just a minute. Let me just bring you up to date on one other quick story. Security's been stepped up in New York, other sensitive locations around the country, including in Arizona at the Palos Verde reactor near Phoenix. National Guard called out after Homeland Security Director Tom Ridge warned of a possible threat against the plant. Now, to talk about some of these issues, terrorism expert Steve Emerson joins me on the set. Steve, first let's talk about this al-Qaeda operative who they are searching for. He trained as a pilot in the United States, and so if that's the case, you and I talked about this before. First of all, A, how do we know he's trained as a pilot in the United States? And B, if he did, why are we just hearing about him now?
I have not seen the actual FBI report, but I understand that the FBI report does state that he trained in Norman, Oklahoma. Although I had heard another report suggesting that the flight school itself said that they did not have anyone under that name. Now,
he's known to use aliases too, though, right?
Absolutely. In fact, his alias was used by somebody else who trained in Norman, Oklahoma, Ihab Ali, another al-Qaeda pilot from Orlando. The plot gets thicker. The question is, why are we hearing about it now? I think it's because detainees in Guantanamo basically fingered him very recently as somebody very, very crucial to the al-Qaeda network that still exists.
You say in Guantanamo, is this Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, Abu Zubaydah, some of the big gets, or some of the guys who've been in Guantanamo forever?
Actually, I may have misspoke. I would say people who were detained, and I would not want to state where they were. And Guantanamo is not something that I have any specific knowledge of. But they also came up other records. His name came up on actual flight logs that they retrieved from certain flight traffic patterns where they found that he was actually piloting planes around the world. So they know that he's got a flight license, a pilot capability, and that they know he's got family in the United States. And they also made what they call an oath of allegiance to bin Laden. Not many al-Qaeda officials have ever done that. Many of them refuse to do that because it basically says they're signing their life in blood.
And again, so they're talking to his family now, right?
Well, his family volunteered information actually before now. Some of it's coming out now, but his family's was talking to the FBI in the last 6 months or so.
How imminent do they view this? I mean, you've been speaking to FBI officials on the phone in the last hour or two. How nervous? I mean, you always sort of give us a meter of how serious, how imminent a particular threat is.
Well, I think there's concern about this guy because he made bayat, as they say, the oath of allegiance. He definitely has known to have come to the United States. He's got a lot of different passports. He speaks different dialects. He can speak perfect English. This is a guy who's a master of disguises, and he can fly planes. When you put all that together, in fact, they don't know where he is today, although allegedly residing in Morocco, and we may find out by tomorrow morning whether he's still in Morocco. That would be a great sign of relief that they did find him there.
Some people are going to say, boy, we've heard about these people who we need to suddenly find. And then it turns out with a lot of them, well, as it turns out, we got faulty information, or well, as it turns out, this guy's living happily in another country. On this one, should the level of confidence be higher than on some of the previous warnings?
You're putting me on the spot. Level of confidence that they've collected.
That this guy, that the picture we're seeing with the name below, and I know he uses aliases, but the picture, there's the picture, 5'4", 132 pounds, the parents who you say live in the United States, that this particular man is actually an imminent threat.
Listen, I can't say that with 100% certainty because the FBI has been proven wrong in the past on some of these warnings. However, on this particular one, I believe that they are actually correct. They have multiple sources of information from intelligence, from electronic, from documents, and from the detainees. All of it points, and the family itself. Family itself has basically confirmed his role in terms of being a radical Muslim.
Finally, Liberty Shield around the country, FBI sort of ramping it up a level in all the major cities.
Oh, they've ramped it up. It's been a phenomenal success so far. You know, we cross our fingers, knock on wood. Bottom line is nothing's happened. Everyone's sort of just kicking back, or I shouldn't say kicking back. They are happily ensconced in their positions. Incredible mobilization, Dan, but nothing has happened, and I think the plan is working.
Steve Emerson, thanks very much. Appreciate it. And we will continue to monitor issues of home front security throughout this war. Back to you, Lester.
Dan, thanks. In fact, we'll have a report coming up in our next hour on that raid in Miramar, Florida today in the search for that perhaps al-Qaeda suspect in the United States. We're continuing our coverage, certainly, of the war. All is quiet in Baghdad right now. It hasn't been that way. Early in the evening there, U.S. and British Tomahawk missiles struck the city. This is the picture there now. A number of times over the last several hours there have been air raid sirens there, but no indication of anything happening. There has been quite a bit of activity down at the southern border, though, between Kuwait and Iraq, where troops and journalists there have had to don their gas masks on a couple of occasions in the last few hours based on missile warnings. And we learned that one missile fired from the Iraqi side apparently did splash down harmlessly into the Gulf. The sirens have also sounded off and on in Kuwait City, just 50 miles from the border. So it's an anxious night, a night of a lot of anxiety and expectation. It is almost 2 o'clock in the morning right now in Baghdad as you look at that live picture. Thanks for joining us this hour. I'm Lester Holt. Our coverage continues. I'm sorry. I've got another minute. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong clock, so I have another minute to talk to you before we swing into our next hour. The green pictures, of course, it's a night scope picture from our position in Baghdad. This is another traditional camera view as we look at the skies there. Keep in mind, the Pentagon says we have not seen the shock and awe that was to be a part of any air campaign. The strikes we saw today, rather intense, but limited in their duration. One of the sites struck, we believe, was the headquarters of Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz, a man who came out only yesterday to quash rumors that he had fled or had somehow died. We don't know the whereabouts of Tariq Aziz, but this extraordinary satellite view from Space imaging gives us a view of Baghdad and the building in which Tariq Aziz's offices are, and apparently one of the targets hit today in Baghdad in day 2 of the airstrikes on the Iraqi capital. Thanks for watching this hour. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Target Iraq. I'm Lester Holt. It is another night with eyes toward the sky in Baghdad. The green night scope video, a view of the Iraqi capital. It's been several hours since U.S. and British Tomahawk missiles rained down on the Iraqi capital, taking out apparently a number of targets in the area of the government ministry buildings, including the building that houses Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz. Here is the latest right now as we swing around the top of the hour to bring you up to date on what's going on. The U.S. unleashed that second wave of nighttime attacks on Baghdad. One of the targets in the strikes, as we said, Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz's office building. Here's a simulation, actually a satellite view of the area. The ground campaign also now underway. U.S.-led troops bombarded Iraqi forces with artillery fire as they crossed the Kuwaiti border into Iraq. U.S.-led forces also seized the Iraqi port city of Qasr. Here at home, the FBI conducting a massive manhunt for a suspected member of al-Qaeda. 27-year-old Aden G. El-Sharajuma is believed to be potentially a key planning figure in the terrorist organization. We'll recap the latest headlines on the Iraq crisis for you every 15 minutes right here on MSNBC. We've got a number of correspondents gathering the latest information coming out of the Pentagon and the White House. Right now, let's go to the Pentagon. MSNBC's Jeannie Ohm is there with the latest on the operation. Jeannie.
Lester, of course, a lot of people are wondering what happened to the shock and awe campaign. Was it put on hold? Are they changing the plans? The best we've been able to sort out, according to U.S. officials, U.S. senior military officials, is that they are assessing things as they go. And Secretary Rumsfeld put it this way. He said, you know, the war plan changed the minute we went to war, and they have to constantly take in the realities of the situation. And General Myers said they have to also take in various intelligence as well as be flexible. So that's really what we're happening, sort of a fluid situation in which they are assessing their situation, seeing what other targets might be available. As you pointed out, Tariq Aziz, well, they haven't specifically said who is on that list. We can tell you a U.S. senior official is telling us that they've identified about 45 leadership targets as well as other strategic targets. And Secretary Rumsfeld made it clear that first attempt last night we saw when they thought they had senior Iraqi military leadership in one location, when they unleashed about 40 Tomahawk cruise missiles as well as 4 bunker busters. That would not be the first time where we'd see a precision strike like that. And that's certainly what we saw today. Of course, it's too early to know what the full battle damage assessment is. We can tell you further in the south, there's definitely been movement there with U.S. and British forces on the move, moving past Kuwait into Iraq. There was a heavy exchange of artillery, but we have not heard any word of casualties at this point. Just a short time ago, Secretary Rumsfeld taped a message for the troops before they head into a battle? Here's a little of what he had to say.
As you prepare, know that this war is necessary. It is just, and that you have the resources and commitment you need to achieve victory. You have the strong support of your Commander-in-Chief, of the Congress, and of the American people. I thank you all for what you do for our country. May God bless you and keep you and guide you in the days ahead.
Lester, also this afternoon, DOD released new pictures of that Moab testing. You got to look at the timing here. That testing was more than a week ago, but it was just released today. New footage showing just how big this bomb is. It's the largest conventional bomb at 21,500 feet, and it has precision guided. You can see its fins on the back, GPS, and there you have it. It creates quite a mushroom cloud. General Myers put it this way: anything in the U.S. arsenal, including weapons under development, would be available, but this is clearly a psychological tool as well, and as we've been seeing for days now, that is a big component of this campaign. Lester?
Jeannie, I recognize it's too early for battle damage assessment on the strikes today, but what about those last night, our time, that were targeted on Saddam Hussein? Was there any indication that they struck at least what they were hoping to strike, and how do they reconcile the pictures of Saddam Hussein on TV?
Lester, the official line here is that the battle damage assessment is ongoing. So there you have it. They are not being very forthcoming. If they do have any specific information, they're still saying it's an ongoing process. In terms of was that or was that not Saddam Hussein? Well, clearly, if you look at it, the images are a little different than what we've been used to seeing. But officials are telling NBC News that the initial assessment is that it was. But of course, the other question is this could have been taped before the strikes. It could have been part of a package of messages that Saddam Hussein had planned for his troops. So they're still trying to sort that out. So again, very unclear whether or not last night's strikes were successful.
Jeannie Ohm at the Pentagon. Jeannie, thank you for the update from there. Let's get the latest over at the White House now. President Bush spent most of the day in closed-door meetings with cabinet members. He did make a brief statement to reporters. NBC's Bob Kerr on the North Lawn for us now. Bob?
Lester, good evening. The war pretty much now on autopilot, and I say that because we're told here that the president no longer has to make specific authorizations for the conduct of the war in general, which is to say the military plan he approved a couple of days back is now in motion. On automatic pilot, as I say. The president started his day here this morning in the residence, being called at 6 a.m. to get a briefing by his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, and it was within the hour. He was here in the West Wing, and the White House put out a photo to show his meeting early this morning with Vice President Cheney, the back of his head you see there, speaking there with CIA Director George Tenet, then the president and the president's chief of staff, Andrew Card. Surely they were interested in the bomb damage assessment and whatever could be gleaned from last night's raid targeting Saddam Hussein and others in the leadership. Here today, the president did have a public show of resolve, really, for his administration by meeting with his cabinet, also a chance for the non-national security-related members of his cabinet to be briefed in person by Defense Secretary Rumsfeld and Secretary of State Powell. Here's a little bit of what the president had to say.
This cabinet is confident about the future of our country. We're confident we can achieve our objectives. I'm grateful for their service to their country.
The president spoke there, but he refused to take questions from reporters. We're told here that we're not going to be hearing reports about bomb damage assessment and about whether it is or it isn't Saddam Hussein who's in one picture or on a videotape. That information will have to come from other places. Also, Lester, some building sensitivity here, obviously, to criticism about what the president says is an ever-growing coalition of the willing helping to fight this war. President today citing 40 countries helping, but critics pointing out that in great contrast with the Gulf War, here there are only 3 countries, troops involved, the U.S., Great Britain, and Australia, and unlike 1991, not many countries are helping to pay for the war. Lester?
All right, Bob Kerr, thank you very much. Peter Arnett with National Geographic Explorer is part of MSNBC's coverage. He is in Baghdad, narrated the strike for us live earlier there. Peter, good evening to you again. What kind of night has it been since that attack?
Well, Lester, sort of tense. There's been several air raid alerts, but very little action really since that early raid at 9 o'clock at night. In fact, the fires that were burning in the compound and the office that was occupied at one point by Qusay Hussein, the president's youngest son, these fires have been extinguished now. In fact, the city is placid, lit up like a Christmas tree. The lights are still on, but totally quiet. And I presume everyone living in the city is apprehensive, but nothing like a future attack seemed to be in the works at this point, Lester.
I know you brought a lot of batteries and flashlights. Are you surprised the lights are still on after 2 nights of attacks there? 2 nights of attacks there?
Yeah, very surprised, but we have to bear in mind that these were not major attacks. Well, this evening's ones, they did take out some significant targets, but in terms of the first Gulf War, they're essentially minimal. I think they've been described as sort of pinpricks by the Pentagon. We are told, we've heard that the shock and awe part of this air operation is still to come. The Pentagon, however, I was reading weeks ago or heard weeks ago that they would try to maintain the electrical grid and the water system because they were concerned about the population. They certainly have allowed that to be maintained so far. We'll see what happens in the next few days, though, Lester.
And how is this being reported in the Iraqi media?
The only media that has been available has been basically local television, and that has been tonight really just presenting patriotic messages, patriotic songs, paeans of praise to President Saddam Hussein. Earlier today, they did run several times the pictures of President Saddam reading a statement confirming, essentially endeavoring to confirm that he had not been injured in that early morning raid. I did spend some time with the ministers of information and culture mid-morning, and they affirmed also that President Saddam Hussein had not been injured or killed, and their whole demeanor, Lester, was sort of jovial and jubilant, and they didn't look like two men who are mourning a lost leader.
We're going to show, Peter, the video from tonight's attack, and if you can give us a sense as to how much warning you had before the bombs fell.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
It's rolling now, so why don't you describe it?
What happened basically was that, again, we had the air raid alert. We heard it. We rushed to the balcony, and within a few moments, really, the sounds of missiles overhead. I thought some airplanes were in the sky, but essentially, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then the strikes came in. There were obvious targets, one in the presidential palace opposite us about a mile away, apparently one of the intelligence headquarters. Another one hit the building occupied by Qusay Hussein, his office. He runs, of course, the intelligence and security departments of the country. Other targets to the east and west. Not much notice, but we do have a very good vantage point here, Lester. In the Palestine Hotel, we have cameras approved by the Information Ministry mounted on that edifice, and we were able to give you a pretty immediate account, Lester.
And how are you being treated by Ministry of Information officials now that the war has been enjoined?
Interestingly enough, in the first Gulf War, within 24 hours, Lester, we were under censorship. So my reports had to be approved by appointed censors. On this occasion, they have not interfered with our reporting. I did some live coverage from the roof of the ministry this afternoon for NBC. There was no minders anywhere visible. They've had several press conferences. They haven't they haven't interfered in any way. What they have done is encouraged us to have supervised visits around the city because of the potential of danger with the bombing. But essentially, though, nothing much has changed from 3 days ago in terms of how the ministry deal with us, which is basically polite and friendly. One aspect, though, is recurring. The opportunity has come for some journalists to use, communications equipment that they either smuggled into the country or otherwise concealed. They're having that equipment confiscated because it hasn't been registered with the Information Ministry. Basically, we're told that unless you've registered your satellite phone, you can't use it. And those who do use it in a court lose that phone, Lester.
And we know, at least up until now, all the reports had to come from the Ministry of Information. In choosing where you are right now, did you have to sort of kind of look at the map and decide what the likely targets were going to be and then make sure you weren't around them?
To some degree, Lester, yes. That is why the Al Rashid, made famous in the First Gulf War, is essentially unoccupied now by journalists, because that was perceived to be in the center of many targets that would be part of the shock and awe air campaign. The potential for collateral damage was large. That's one of the reasons that many of the journalists moved to the Palestine. And one of the reasons we're here, of course, though, is for the view. We are very near the presidential palace, which presumably would also be a major target when the shock and awe campaign is orchestrated and arrives here, Lester.
All right, Peter Arnett. Peter, we appreciate your reporting. We'll go back to you as things develop, and we'll keep an eye on your camera in the meantime. Peter Arnett, who is with National Geographic Explorer, also reporting for MSNBC Live from Baghdad. And with regard to that shock and awe, we've had some clarification. What officials of the Pentagon are saying, there is going to be shock and awe, but it will be incremental, so not necessarily all in one fell swoop, one airstrike, but there will be this incremental series of attacks that will have a shock and awe effect. Now, tonight there is anxiety on the other side of the border from Iraq in Kuwait. From Iraq directed to that country. Don Teague is in Kuwait City for us.
It is actually early morning here after midnight on Friday morning in Kuwait City, and thankfully a quiet night so far after a very busy day here in Kuwait. As you know, a couple of ballistic missiles fired at this country by Iraq today. Those missiles both intercepted, according to U.S. military officials, by Patriot missiles. But here in Kuwait City, the alarms went off about every hour for a 6-hour period today. It was an exercise, a routine of putting the gas masks on, taking cover, and then hearing the all clear and taking them back off. Really made for a very long day, and it really cleared this city out. You would have expected on a day like today to see a lot of people out and about. It's basically the first day of their weekend here, but most of the folks in Kuwait City were buttoned up, watching television, staying indoors, and just waiting to see what happens next. And my guess is tonight there are a lot of folks who will not be sleeping well tonight, wondering what tomorrow brings. Lester, back.
Thanks to Don Teague in Kuwait City. It's time now to get caught up in the very latest news from Operation Iraqi Freedom. As we hit the quarter-hour mark, NBC News has learned that voice recognition technology supports the theory that a tape released last night shown on Iraqi TV is Saddam Hussein. More tests need to be done. Still not clear if the message was pre-recorded. U.S. F-117 struck a residential compound after electronic eavesdropping revealed that Hussein and his son Qusay may have been sleeping at the complex. Still no word whether the Iraqi dictator is considered injured or killed by U.S. officials. U.S. officials say that an Apache helicopter was forced to make a hard landing. It turns out now because of inclement weather, the aircraft was able to take off again, return safely to its base. Early indications it had taken fire. And defense officials confirm there are up to 4 oil fires burning in southern Iraq, including Rumalia, where Iraqis recently leaked oil from a pipeline, causing a mile-long slick. Today, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld called the act a crime against the Iraqi people. We're also getting a bit more information on those missile strikes that were directed toward Kuwait this morning. They occurred about 10:28 in the morning Kuwait time. One, we're told, landed just outside Camp Commando. That's a Marine camp in Kuwait. Apparently United Kingdom and U.S. Marines sighted a gray missile hit just outside the compound. They took a look, surveyed it, made sure there were no chemicals. No Marines were injured or killed, and no equipment, according to this statement from Camp Commando, was damaged. Israelis, of course, are on high alert, keeping an eye on the sky for missiles headed their way. Charles Sabine is in Tel Aviv with the latest from there. Charles?
Hi, Lester. Well, we're into the early hours of Friday morning now, and still no signs so far of any sirens and the warning that they would give of Scud missiles heading this way from western Iraq. If those missiles are launched, they take about 6.5 minutes to reach this Mediterranean coast. That's how long people here would have to reach a shelter or a sealed room. Now, it's these hours of darkness that are the worrying ones for Israelis. In the last Gulf War, all but one of the 39 Scud missiles that were fired on this country came at night. And after what happened earlier today in Kuwait, there is a much heightened apprehension that this country could be the next target. Far few people were on the streets here during the day, most of those carrying the cardboard boxes to contain their gas masks and atropine injectors. Now, the streets now are largely empty as people watch the events unfold in Baghdad. The question many of them asking themselves here, given it now does appear that Saddam can at least launch some missiles, can he reach here with Scuds? And if so, will he use them on coalition forces, or as he did in 1991, fire on this country, trying to draw it into the conflict and gamble on gaining Arab support that way? If he does, he's probably aware that Ariel Sharon said today that if Israel is attacked, she, quote, will know how to defend herself. Lester?
All right, Charles Sabine for us in Tel Aviv. Charles, thank you very much. Operation Iraqi Freedom is what it's called. The planning for this military offensive is being coordinated at the U.S. Central Command headquarters in Doha, Qatar. We'll be going there a bit later. Still waiting for a briefing, which has not occurred at that new multi-million-dollar setup there, but we'll check in with them at some point. Right now, let's talk about what we have seen so far in this war. Certainly has caught a lot of folks, I call them people like myself, Colonel Howard, armchair generals, in terms of what we've been reporting in terms of how this would go on. But let's talk about it. We know in the last several days, we knew that the troops were moving into position here along the DMZ, and then only after that, I guess, ad lib, if you will, airstrike yesterday, did they begin to make their move here. They've taken this important port city. Explain the strategy here, if you can discern it.
Well, Lester, I'll take some credit for this, because the fact that I had predicted that this was about the time that we're going to start to see the real war start moving, okay? And to me, as an Army guy, the real war is what happens when those tanks, when those infantry fighting vehicles begin to move. That's exactly what's now begun to happen. So this is beginning to actually come together, both from the air and on the ground. So we're beginning to see this.
Let's talk about how they prepared the battlefield today. There was apparently this rocket and artillery barrage, 3rd Infantry Division. These are guys familiar. I was out there with them several weeks ago. Yep. They rotate in and out of there. Let's talk about the weapons they use. One was called the Paladin Howitzer. Paladin. I saw this when I was out there. I thought it was a tank, because it looks sort of like a tank. Yep. Explain to me what this does.
It is a self-propelled howitzer, and what that means is it can fire very rapidly, and having fired, it can then change its position. And the reason for it is very simply because, and again, you're right, it does look like a tank, but this is the money part of this particular piece of gear. It does fire that M284 cannon, and it does an awful lot of damage when those rounds land. So what they do is, essentially, it's called reconnaissance by fire. What you do is, you know where you're going, you know where you think the enemy is. This thing comes online and takes out whatever targets you think are out there, and having fired, then it moves.
Shoot and scoot.
Shoot and scoot. And the reason for it is the fact that you don't want to give the other guy the chance to zero his rounds in on where yours just came from.
They were also using something, and I recall seeing the footage of this during the last Gulf War. It's a multiple rocket launch system, and by all descriptions, it is an awesome thing to see.
This is the MLRS. It's called the American Katyusha, because the fact that it was engineered in the 1970s and early 1980s, based on the old Soviet-style rocket launcher that you see in all the World War II movies. This is the high-tech version of it, because it fires these rockets, and when they come back down, and they've got an enormous range, as you see there, the vehicle has an enormous range itself, but once it gets in position to launch those rockets, when they come down, it is absolutely devastating.
This isn't one at a time. It's just firing them out of there.
It's a whole series of submunitions, which essentially blanket an entire grid square. So what happens is that when those things come down, and you probably remember the pictures from the Gulf War, you would look on the horizon, you'd see a whole series of flashes right on the ground. That means the MLRS was coming down, and anybody that was any place close to the area where it landed was in a world of hurt.
Okay, I want to pause a second. We're hearing there's air raid sirens once again are going off in Kuwait. Do we have a picture from there? Let's see if we can get the picture. Okay, this is Dana Lewis. Dana is right at the border with the 101st Airborne. I'm told he can't hear me yet. This, by my count, in just the last couple of hours, I'm sure he knows better than I do, would be the 3rd time that the troops of the 101 there have had to don their gas mask. That's a bunker a sandbag-lined bunker behind Dana. And Dana, when you can hear me, just shoot if you hear me. He doesn't hear me yet, apparently. But they all have to go into this bunker. They put their mask on based on missile warnings. One of the reports, Dana said that they had seen a missile flying up towards the Iraqi side, but haven't seen necessarily what has caused these alerts. He also pointed out something very interesting. You may recall the 101st Airborne Division came to Kuwait rather late in the buildup. All the pieces aren't there. He says these guys are very busy, still unpacking arriving equipment.
New York, can you hear me?
Dana, we hear you. Do you hear me? Okay, he doesn't hear me. Okay, Dana is still trying to check in right now with our control room. But as we're reporting, they're still building up there. And then they have to stop what they're doing, run inside these bunkers, and don this equipment. Now, they haven't had to don, at least Dana's not wearing the full chemical protective gear, just the gas mask. Apparently, if there's an impact, they have to put everything on. He says they're at a level right now where they essentially sleep with some of the troops are sleeping with some of the equipment on, the gas mask essentially at their side. They're trained to don it in just a matter of seconds. Journalists are also trained to use this. Many of us went to special schools, special classes to learn how to use this material, and it was especially imperative for reporters like Dana Lewis standing there who have embedded, attached themselves to these units. These are frontline units that will be moving forward. Dana can't tell us a lot, can't tell us anything, in fact, about their position, except to say that right now they are still on the Kuwaiti side, even as some U.S. and British troops have moved now into the Iraqi side, even seizing some territory. But right now, the 101st is in their position. Sirens have stopped, I'm told. Sirens have stopped, but I think he'll wait for the all clear. There's an all clear siren they would expect to hear. Then they can take that material off. So it gives you an idea of the stress those troops are going through right now. Sleep. Put the chemical gear on, sleep, more anxiety. Is there a missile in the air? And it's only day 2 of the war. Colonel Ken Allard, we interrupted, but let's talk about that for a minute. There is a certain psychological component there. We know these guys are trained. At the same time, no one's getting any rest tonight.
Exactly. They have that in common with most of us up here. But I would tell you that they have the tougher job simply because of the fact they are out there under very, very austere living conditions, and that is a very tactful term for it. And they're having to, in addition to do all the defensive preparations that you've just been talking about, they also have to get their job done. They have to do whatever is required to get that division loaded and moving, to move into those positions that are currently occupied, by the Iraqis. So they simply have to assume, or actually they cannot assume what we assume, which is that these guys won't fight. They have to assume that they will fight, that whatever territory they are occupying right now, it is the job of the 101st, it is the job of the 3rd Infantry to take it away from them.
Let's talk a little bit more. I want to continue our discussion now about what has happened again tonight in Baghdad. There was another attack. We understand there were some planes involved, but once again, it sounds like the bulk of the power came from these ships in the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf firing these Tomahawk missiles. I'm wondering, with all the discussion about Turkey and what you can do from the north, if this is really the most flexibility offered in this war. We talk about aircraft carriers, but the fact that you can program a Tomahawk to fly pretty much wherever you want, right?
Well, the whole idea is to give Saddam and his top leaders multiple ways to die. And that is exactly what is happening here, because we took direct action last night against his command headquarters, against his senior echelons. That is the principal point of attack for what the U.S. has been doing here.
And we're looking at some of these launches. There's a Defense Department video of some of the Tomahawk launches. I believe these were from last night's attack. But they go up, they clearly start flying horizontal, and they hug the ground.
I mean, basically, they are shot out of their canisters by a solid rocket fuel motor. And once they get to their comfortable cruising altitude, they do indeed level out. And then it becomes the signature Tomahawk cruise missile pattern that we're so used to seeing. You'll recall those things from the 1991 Gulf War, in which you literally had some of these things going right down the street, turning right, and detonating.
But this is not a ballistic missile. It's flying about as fast as your average airliner.
Absolutely. But the thing that makes this thing really go is that it has a very sophisticated computer guidance system. It allows it to know precisely where it is. And the nice thing about it is that it can be programmed, not on the fly, but you can actually take this thing absolutely to the building where you want the thing to go off. It was originally engineered during the Cold War, as we said at the time, to hit the Kremlin men's room.
It's to watch it today and then watching the anti-aircraft artillery fire over Baghdad, I guess it also allows U.S. war planners to see where their air defenses are.
Absolutely.
To watch what's lighting up when they
Part of what you do is to light up the other guy's air defenses, and it is a brilliant way to do it because you don't have a pilot at risk. And in this particular instance, what the cruise missile allows you to do is to attack from multiple directions, and yet with a high degree of precision in hitting your target. And it does a number of things for you. You can use it, as we saw last evening, in concert with various other attacks, because it wound up becoming a very, very important accompaniment to what was being done, apparently, by the stealth bombers. What this allows you to do, and again, with a fairly wide variety of warheads to it, it can actually do an awful lot of penetrating buildings. It can spread submunitions. It can do a wide variety of different things. And again, you're not putting the life of an American pilot at risk when you send that cruise missile.
And once again, we're told that warplanes also took part. We don't know if they were the stealths, but these are the ones that have been able to operate, well, we know for the last 12 years with impunity over Baghdad.
Again, the only things that we had that hit downtown Baghdad last time were cruise missiles and stealth fighters. Those were the only ones that went up against that enormous umbrella of anti-aircraft fire that we're all so terribly familiar with. And what is interesting to me about this is that this allows us to see what have they changed. And that is a terribly important thing. So you light up their air defenses, you force their radars to come up, you want to know where their AAA is concentrated, and once you know that, you can begin to take that apart piece by piece. And that is exactly what I think we'll do during the shock and awe phase whenever we see it.
Well, Jeannie at the Pentagon a moment ago said that the battle damage assessment hasn't been fully analyzed yet. Why would it take so long? They had full daylight today.
Yeah, well, that's another thing. One of the other important things that has changed since 1991 is the fact that before we had battlefield observation. That means it's intermittent. Now we have battlefield surveillance. The Predator is probably the best example of that, where you have a drone that has a long loiter time over this battlefield, and it's there for one real reason, and that is simply to take the pictures and show you what you hit.
Ken Allard, thank you very much as we continue to try to piece together the strategy and the battle plan. Some of our viewers will be leaving us now. Thanks for watching, and for the others, we'll continue in a moment here on MSNBC Target Iraq coverage. Welcome back to our MSNBC continuing coverage Target Iraq. Here's the very latest news from Operation Iraqi Freedom. Let's show you a picture of Baghdad right now. It is the wee hours of the morning. It is still calm there after an earlier evening of action. Cruise missiles launched from U.S. and British warships. A little after 9 p.m. Iraqi time, they struck ministry buildings. One of Saddam's many homes, we're told. There has been no battle damage assessment from the Pentagon. British Prime Minister Tony Blair says British troops are fighting Iraq by land, air, and sea. The Prime Minister acknowledged there would be domestic opposition to the war, but said he knew the country would unite in support of their armed forces. And U.S. officials say it's most likely Saddam that appeared on Iraqi TV last evening. He was seen shortly after the first strike on Baghdad, which happened last night Eastern Time. Unclear is whether the message was pre-recorded. Operation Iraqi Freedom, as we say, underway. The planning for this military offensive being coordinated at the U.S. Central Command headquarters in Doha, Qatar. NBC's Rob Morrison is live in Doha right now to bring us the very latest from there. Rob.
Lester, about 2:30 in the morning here at CENTCOM, and it's been quite an eventful night. We've seen many things transpire. Of course, we saw the missile and air strikes happening in Baghdad overnight. We've seen the reports from Dana Lewis donning and clearing his gas mask and the alarms going off. We know that troops are moving now through the desert. We know that boots are on the ground in Iraq. All of those things being coordinated right here at U.S. Central Command, and they are keeping quite a tight lock on information right now. General Tommy Franks not long ago was speaking at the Pentagon and said during an operation like this, there's a time for silence and a time for secrecy. And unfortunately, that said sometimes can lead to speculation, but speculation is just something that the military has to put up with because the alternative could be the loss of lives. It's absolutely imperative, they say, to maintain operational security. So they're not really talking about anything. What's going on right now in his war room? We know from talking to military officials, he's huddling with his top advisors and top commanders. The Joint Operational Center is feeding him information. He's keeping in touch with his field commanders, and he's amending the battle plan as need be. This is the media facility behind me. Still, there's been no brief to date from General Franks, but we expect the first time we see him on base and the first time we hear from him will be here in the new briefing room that they've built just for this operation. And that first briefing could come sometime tomorrow. There's a natural order in these types of things. First, the White House has to comment, then the British authorities, then the Secretary of Defense at the Pentagon. All those things have happened, so it would stand to reason that we may get a briefing here from General Tommy Franks sometime tomorrow. But once again, the buzzword here in these early morning hours is operational security. Lester?
Rob Morrison in Doha. Rob, thanks very much. As we've been reporting, there are some U.S. ground forces now inside Iraq, having made the move across the border out of the cover of artillery fire from the 3rd Infantry Division. Also, a number of journalists embedded with the troops, also with them. Arian Campo Flores is with our partner organization Newsweek. He's with the Army 5th Corps. Arian, how long ago did you guys make it into Iraq?
We crossed the international boundary at about 9 p.m. local time, so about 5 hours or so ago.
And was there fire associated with your move?
No, we didn't encounter any enemy fire. There were reports transmitted over the radio that other units at other crossings had encountered some fire, but it was fairly minimal and no casualties were sustained. The one mishap that occurred on our route was that an Apache helicopter went down. That was not due to enemy fire. I still haven't been able to clarify what the reasons were, but I imagine it was probably a mechanical failure. No casualties. The pilots were okay. We pulled up to them, and they were able to get the helicopter off the ground probably half an hour after it initially went down.
Yeah, we've learned that was apparently weather-related. Have you encountered any Iraqi troops, if only as prisoners or those who were surrendering?
I have not encountered them in the column that I'm moving in, but there have already been reports of Iraqi troops that have surrendered earlier in the past 24 hours. They're setting up processing centers here to be able to deal with them because they imagine that they're going to run into many, many more. The only live beings that we encountered so far were what appeared to be herdsmen with hundreds of, I don't know if they were cattle or sheep or camels, but those were the only Iraqis that we've seen so far.
Can you tell us what it was like? You've been with these troops for some time. We know they have all been anxious to get this over with. What was it like when the order came and everyone realized that they were moving and this was real?
I think it was a mixture of relief and excitement. I mean, some of these troops, these soldiers, have been here for months. They've witnessed the diplomatic game from afar, and they've seen the kind of ebb and flow of it. And some days it seemed they were going in, other days it seemed that the U.S. was dialing back, and it just created a lot of uncertainty for them. So there was sort of an initial thrill, and I imagine a heavy dose of anxiety as well.
Arian, as you said, your group, the Army 5th Corps, essentially entered Iraq unopposed. Have you been given some idea of the intelligence picture about what this unit may encounter as it moves farther north?
I have been given briefings of that. However, because according to the ground rules that we've agreed to as embedded journalists, we can't disclose what the intelligence findings are. But suffice it to say, they do plan at some to be encountering Iraqi opposition.
And how much advance notice did you have that the unit was on the move, or going to be on the move?
It was very little advance notice. I guess it would be more accurate to say the advance notice continually shifted. So we were told Initially, we might not be moving until tomorrow. Then that got pushed up. But we finally got the word that we were going to be crossing the berm only hours before we actually initiated movement.
All right. Well, Arian Campo Flores, thank you for taking time and joining us. Ario with the 5th Army Corps. He's with Newsweek magazine. We appreciate him calling in. So far, all appears calm on the home front, but with 2 significant developments. First, the FBI looking for the face you're about to see, a man, or at least his name is Aden al-Shukri Juma. He's believed to be a top al-Qaeda operative and a trained pilot. He may be at large, says the FBI, somewhere in this country. He was last seen in Miami. And for the latest developments, we're joined by Mark Potter from our NBC affiliate WTVJ in Miami. Mark.
Well, Lester, we're actually in Miramar, Florida, and there's a house here that agents came to earlier today. It's near Fort Lauderdale, and they were asking about the whereabouts of Adnan al-Shukri Juma. He is described as 27 years old. He was born in Saudi Arabia. He carries a Florida driver's license. Now, sources tell NBC News that he is believed to be a major operative of al-Qaeda, perhaps on the level of the late Mohammed Atta. An FBI bulletin sent out to law enforcement agencies all around the country says that he may be involved in al-Qaeda terrorist activities, and if so, could pose a, quote, imminent threat to U.S. citizens and interests here and abroad. His whereabouts obviously are not known, but we are told that this search here in South Florida is actually part of a worldwide manhunt for this man. Now, today, agents spoke with a man inside this house in Miramar who describes himself as Shukri Juma's brother. He says that his brother actually is in Morocco. He is there with his family, and that he has not been in the United States for years. However, sources tell NBC News that they believe that the man actually was here after September 11th, that he may have been here after September 11th. He is described as a pilot, as someone who speaks flawless English and who uses numerous passports and aliases. Sources say that his reputed high level in al-Qaeda is something that was learned relatively recently, in part because of interrogations of other al-Qaeda members who have now been captured. Now, the agents were inside the house here in Miramar for about an hour. They then left, but stayed in the neighborhood, canvassing all the houses, talking to people, showing pictures. But we're hearing from the police that they're getting mixed signals as to whether he is in the area. The brother says that he's not here, but this search continues here and worldwide. Lester, back to you.
All right, Mark Potter, thanks very much. The pause in the bombing campaign in Baghdad right now, and that leads to all kinds of speculation as to what may be happening, and there are indications that maybe this would suggest that there's some cracks within the Iraqi regime. For more on that, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Jim Miklaszewski joining us now. Jim, what do you know about that?
Well, Lester, Pentagon officials say that after only 2 days of airstrikes against Baghdad, there do appear to be some serious cracks forming in the Iraqi regime that, in fact, have led to secret surrender talks with some senior military leaders, including some of those leaders from Saddam Hussein's most trusted military force, the Special Republican Guards. Now, the Pentagon officials tell us that talks with some of these leaders has actually been going on again and off again for several months. But now that the fighting has begun, it appears some of those leaders have been actually pushed closer to perhaps giving up themselves or even Saddam Hussein. Lester?
Does this explain the lengthy pause between attacks on Baghdad? Is this to allow some rethinking going on?
Well, you know, from the very get-go, once the White House decided last night to throw out the original military plan to attack Iraq and go directly after one of Saddam Hussein's bunkers, even before the actual all-out campaign was to begin, the campaign itself has been somewhat modified. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dick Myers, General Dick Myers, said today in a briefing that, look, a flexible U.S. military, a flexible U.S. intelligence apparatus will eventually lead to victory. And what's going on now in the campaign, which was originally supposed to be shock and awe, I guess right now it could be called shock and pause, as after this most recent bombing run today against Baghdad, the U.S. military is stepping back to really assess how much damage they may have already done and how much more they may or may not have to do to reach their ultimate objective, and that's to overturn the Saddam Hussein regime in Baghdad.
Mick, is the Pentagon encouraged by the progress of the ground troops that have already made it into Iraq and apparently seized some objectives?
Well, they thought that this initial phase of the ground war would move pretty quickly regardless. They thought it would only be a matter of days once the entire ground invasion had begun to actually get most of those troops up and around the area of Baghdad itself. A couple of those regular Iraqi divisions in the south had appeared ready to surrender, perhaps even before the shooting started. There's one mechanized unit, the 51st, which is a tougher unit around Basra. They may have to fight it out with them for a day or two, but and while there have been no mass surrenders yet reported among Iraqi troops, one official here said there really hasn't been an opportunity yet for many of these Iraqi troops to surrender in any large numbers.
And Mick, I believe it was last week you had reported that they had spotted some oil slick coming from southern oil fields in Iraq. Now we're hearing reports of some burning oil fields. Is there any doubt that they were intentionally set by the Iraqis?
Well, it's unclear, but the speculation and the supposition, obviously, and the intelligence says that up to 5 oil wells now burning in the Ramallah oil fields in far southern Iraq were apparently set. But it's also reported by U.S. military officials that American Special Operations Forces have successfully seized and secured a number of oil platforms out there in the middle of the Persian Gulf.
Jim Miklaszewski at the Pentagon. Jim, thanks very much. It has been a jittery night along that tense border between Kuwait and Iraq, especially in some cases for those units that haven't made the move, including 101st Airborne Division. Dana Lewis has been literally up all night with the missile attack drills. He's back with the gas mask. What's the latest, Dana? I shouldn't say drill. I'm sorry, the alert, please.
Yes, indeed. I wish these were drills, Lester. I mean, this is the third one now that I'd say we've had in the last 2 hours. And in every case, they have told us that there were incoming missiles, confirmed missile attacks from Iraq, missiles landing not very far from us in the Kuwaiti desert. No indication that there was any biological or chemical agents in those missiles. But indeed, they were confirmed missile launches from Iraq landing here. This latest alarm went off about, I guess, 10 or 15 minutes ago now. And we are here every time you're forced to come down here. You don your mask into the bunkers. American soldiers, whether they're sleeping, whether they're working, they have to stop and do this. So it frays on the nerves of everyone, I think. There's been a lot of activity out here tonight. I can tell you that we've heard some artillery firing up at the border earlier. And as you can hear, that is the all clear. And that's what we've been waiting for. So we've seen lots of artillery firing up at the border tonight, not seen it, but heard it. And in fact, a little while ago, we could see lights in the sky, which we were told later on was outgoing missile assaults into Iraq. They were fired by U.S. forces, multiple launch missiles as they're called, and we saw them rising up over our camp inbound for Iraq. Once again, Lester, this not drill, but this is now over. We have the all clear, so you'll see soldiers obviously behind me going back to their tents or going back to work. A lot of them are working through the night.
And Dana, I want to clarify, these were actual missile launches. Did you hear the impact or any idea where they landed?
Well, I have some idea where they landed, but they're asking us not to be very specific with that because we don't want the Iraqis to be able to take any of that information and help them with targeting. But we are told that they landed in the desert. Now, this one is just over, so I haven't been able to talk to anyone about what this was. But two of them before this, in the last couple of hours, according to intelligence sources here, they say that they were actual missile launches. They are not Scuds, they don't believe. They are some of his other missiles that he may have moved south in Iraq, and he's able to reach these areas where American troops are still stationed before they cross the border into Iraq.
And I was noticing behind you, the soldiers seem to almost take it in stride as they just simply file out of the bunker and take their mask off. Clearly, they are well used to this now.
Well, they're getting used to it. I mean, I think it's fraying people's nerves, and you know, we've seen some upset people tonight. But you know, that bunker wasn't full just now, and when I was watching over here to my left, some of the tents are over there. I had seen some soldiers actually go back in their tents with their masks on. So I think that it's not that they're getting used to it. I think they're just getting exhausted with this. It's just about every single hour the alarms are going off, and they have to react to it. And I think it's going to go on all night long. And it takes your energy, certainly.
Now, I didn't get a good look as they were walking out. Are they wearing the full protection bodysuit or two-piece suit?
No, you know, they have them nearby, and they are prepared to go to that level when they cross the border and go into Iraq. In fact, most of the troops that are on the move tonight, I think you'll find that a lot of people were, unless they were moving in sealed armored units that have their own ventilation and air systems, they would be mopping up, as it's called, putting on the full suits, the gloves, the boots, and the mask over top, and the hood over top of the mask. And you'll see the 101st Airborne, I'm told, do that when they go across the border. And certainly as units move closer to Baghdad, where they feel that that may be the real risk, that the main area, the main trigger for Saddam to use these weapons, that you'll certainly see them in that full gear. They'll carry the masks, they'll have them near their side, they'll just keep the suits on, and they'll be able to pull those masks on very quickly. You're supposed to be able to get that suit on within 13 minutes, the mask within 9 seconds if you want to stay alive. So, you know, they don't have the time when they're on the move to put those suits on, so indeed they'll have them before they even cross the border in many instances.
Dana Lewis, thank you for your reporting under extraordinary circumstances. We'll continue to check in with you and pray for your safety and those of the soldiers you are accompanying. We've got correspondents literally all across the Persian Gulf and all the key places in this conflict, including Jordan. Mike Taibbi reports for us now from the Iraqi-Jordanian border, where they are expecting perhaps a flood of refugees.
I'm Mike Taibbi in Ruwayshi, Jordan, about 50 miles west of the Iraq border. Two stories developing here. One is very difficult to see, and that is the extent to which American special forces who may be posted in near the western desert of Iraq have done any work at all in identifying targets. We do know that this morning, in the first round of bombing, one of the targets that was hit was the Post 160 gas station about 90 miles west of Baghdad. At that fuel stop, a Jordanian driver of a fuel truck who was refueling his own vehicle was killed. One of what we were told are 5 or 6 casualties. We haven't confirmed those, but we have confirmed this information. As far as the refugees are concerned, there are 2 camps operating in the eastern part of Jordan by the border, one dedicated specifically to Iraqi refugees. By the last light today, the end of day, there were no refugees there that we could see. The camp, however, is ready in terms of running electricity, toilets and shelter kits and tent kits on site. The other camp is dedicated to third country nationals, that is non-Iraqis living in Iraq who decided for reasons that are quite obvious to leave the country in a hurry. Between 100 and 200, as far as we were able to count, did leave Iraq. They set up in this second camp, were brought there by buses and were processed there. Some went straight on to their home countries. The Sudan, Yemen were a couple of the countries that we learned about. And some were forced to stay there and stay for a night, perhaps 2 nights, while their transportation to their home countries was arranged. We spoke to one young student, one of 50 or 60 students who were on 2 buses that came in, and he said that his family was pushing him to leave Iraq, that he was convinced that it was the big war, the final war over there, but it was his family who said, you have to leave now, and so he did. With the second round, a much more intense round of bombing this afternoon, it might be obvious that there are going to be a great many more refugees trying to pass tomorrow, both Iraqis and more third country nationals, and we assume that the camps will be ready. They say they will be, although the planning has been difficult. We'll know at first light on Friday morning here. This is Mike Taibbi, NBC News in Ruwayshid, Jordan.
And Americans in much of the world have been arguing whether this war was necessary for weeks and months. We can tell you that Congress, though, united. They set aside differences, at least temporarily, over the president's handling of Iraq and called for unity in support of the president and American troops. The Senate today voting unanimously, 99-0, passing a resolution commending the president and the armed forces of the USA. And a demonstration with that in mind is underway right now at Fort Stewart, Georgia. Benno Schmidt is there for us right now. Benno?
Well, we're actually quite close to Fort Stewart. We've moved south a little bit. We are now in Savannah, and we are joining you live tonight from a rally for the troops. Literally a sea of American flags. While we're on the air, presumably you will hear a cheer and see all of these flags go up. Many of the folks who have gathered here in Savannah are veterans, some of them from the last action in the Persian Gulf in 1991. I'll let our camera crew go in and take a look at some of the people, all ages, many of them having folks that are overseas at this hour. As you said, Lester, we are very close to Fort Stewart, where the 3rd ID is based. About 9,000 of them overseas, a lot of tank commanders. The feeling here is that we were actually not going to see as many people, over 1,000 we estimate, here in Savannah tonight, because the weather has been terrible in this part of the country all day. There have actually been 2 tornado watches. They were considering canceling this, and they also incidentally had no idea that this was going to coincide with the beginning of Operation Iraqi Freedom, but they went ahead and did this. This is organized by a local radio station. We'll go off here and show you what looks like an acapella. So far, the largest support, the largest applause that we have heard from this crowd has been whenever they mention President Bush. This is apolitical. We'll show you one of the pins that they gave here if we can zoom in. Support our troops. That is certainly the message tonight from Savannah. Lester, back to you.
Benno, thanks very much. This war has ignited passions across the country and divided the country in many ways. We take you to New York City right now. It's an anti-war rally. Hundreds involved in New York's Times Square. Don Lemon, tell us about it.
Hi there, Lester. And as you know, that was a big concern here about people taking to the streets in New York City and protesting, because New York City is a top target as far as terrorism. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but in Times Square now you can hear the sound of police sirens along with car horns. That's because hundreds of protesters have blocked the streets here right during rush hour. Take a look at some of the video. You see people being arrested, police putting them on the ground and putting plastic restraints on them. We saw at least several dozen people being taken away. The official count from the New York City Police Department is only 11 people have been arrested so far, but they say they expect many more arrests to come. Those people are being taken down to central booking and they're being charged, we are told, with disorderly conduct. But listening to police officers, they're telling us that several streets, several avenues, several dozen streets have been blocked off. Traffic on several avenues for 20 blocks have been blocked off, and only protesters are being allowed up and down those streets because they are blocking traffic. Excuse me. We got a little cough here. We're told that 23rd Street, which is a major artery here, from 23rd Street on up to 43rd Street here, traffic has been blocked in both directions. They're not letting anyone up on 6th Avenue, rather, from 23rd to 46th Streets. This is being staged by a group called New York City March for Peace and Democracy. They were one of the groups who organized one of the protests several weeks ago. As you remember, New York City had one of the largest protests in the world. Several countries in the world had protests, and this was in concert with that. We can hear screaming and shouting behind us, several blocks behind us, about 3 or 4 blocks, right near the Times Square substation, where those several hundred protesters gathered, I guess, about an hour ago and made their way through Times Square and are making their way through the streets of New York City. What happened is, it is believed that they wanted to do this at rush hour so that they could block traffic and cause as much chaos in the city as possible. But as of now, so far, officially, 11 people arrested for a war protest here, and they expect many more to be arrested. As soon as we get more information for you, Lester, if it gets out of hand. We're told that there is that possibility, but there are hundreds of police officers who are on hand here trying to contain those protesters. Back to you.
And was this a word of mouth thing where police somewhat taken off guard by the size of all this?
They were, Lester, because this protest, actually, if you see the banner, was supposed to happen Saturday, March 22nd. And what happened, I guess, word of mouth is that since the war started, since there were airstrikes that started yesterday, word of mouth is like get to Times Square for them, start some sort of protest. So they did it today. Police officers didn't expect that many people because as far as we know, they have not gotten any type of permission for the city to march or to protest. And had they done that, police might have been ready for them or might have expected them to come out here today.
All right, Don Lemon in New York's Times Square. 2 reports, 2 examples of Americans and different views on this war. We saw the pro-America rally in one location, the anti-war rally in another, New York City. So the passions are high. Anxiety is certainly high in this country over fears of terrorism as America goes to war. But of course, the real danger is on those battlefields. We've checked in with our correspondents there along the Iraqi-Kuwaiti border, dealing with missile launches. Ashley Banfield reports now from Fort Campbell, Kentucky. It's home of the 101st Airborne Division. And Ashley, I have to think they were listening very carefully to Dana Lewis, who was there with their comrades dealing with those missile warnings.
You're absolutely right, word for word. In fact, as we've been hearing that the 101st have been really having a tough night, 3 different warnings now where they've had to suit up, at one point even to MOP 4, which is the highest level. That's very difficult for these soldiers. And I'm joined by 3 of their colleagues who were not able to go because they're injured. In fact, joining me to my right is Sergeant Andrew Regal, who's got a loss of hearing now from being a rifle team leader for 10 years, I think it is now. To my left is Private Jamie Rivera, who has a very difficult time with his hip right now, having a malignant or not a non-malignant tumor in his hip and unable to walk properly without the use of this crutch. And to my far left is Specialist Chris Whiteout, who has a knee problem and is requiring surgery next month. And for all 3 of you, I know this has got to be really difficult to hear what you've been hearing. Just quickly, Andy, tell me about what your colleagues are going through right now, because what Dana Lewis was suggesting is that they are exhausted, their nerves are frayed. This is the 3rd time that they've had to suit up and go into the bunkers while still doing their jobs and being under this kind of fear. What do you think is going through their minds?
I can feel I can see how they'll be fatigued. Going through the masking and unmasking procedures constantly over and over gets monotonous and tiring. Not only that, they got all their flak vests on, running back and forth to the bunkers. It can be real tiring for them. And I'm sure you miss being with them as well at this point, too. I'm just going to ask Jamie really quickly, because I know we're tight on time and we only have a few seconds, but show me the prayer beads. You've got some Buddhist prayer beads, and you're praying, even though you're Christian, for your friend over there. Tell me what you're praying for.
I'm just praying for all of them to come back. I want this to be over so my guys can come back home. But I know they're going to be good because they're all together. And all right. The bond they have is unlike any other, so they're going to be safe.
Thanks, Jamie. Chris, I'm just running flat out of time. I apologize. We originally had time for all 3 of us, but because of scheduling problems, I apologize. Lester, back to you.
All right, Ashley Banfield, that wraps up this hour of coverage. But we continue here on MSNBC. Baghdad in the wee hours of the morning. It was still several hours after even this picture when they were first struck last night. Baghdad struck about 9 o'clock in the evening their time. As we do every 15 minutes, we want to get you caught up in the very latest headlines out of Iraq. The ground campaign is now well underway. U.S.-led forces headed across the Kuwaiti border and into the Iraq desert, but not before a heavy artillery barrage against enemy positions. U.S. officials believe it is Saddam Hussein in the video shown on Iraqi TV after a U.S. attack targeted a bunker where he was believed to be staying. Still unclear, however, whether the speech was recorded, what the status of one Saddam Hussein is. It's one of the major developments we continue to watch here on this night of war in Iraq, now moving on many fronts. That air attack, we should tell you, that occurred about 9 o'clock. It was 1 o'clock Eastern time, involved, we now understand, about 24 Tomahawk cruise missiles. For the first time, British forces taking part in the action. Some of those Tomahawks were fired from British submarines, the rest from U.S. warships. Also indications that some American warplanes were involved in the attack. It was about 10 minutes long. It was intense, but relatively short by the standards of those who were there during the Gulf War. Shock and awe has been how the attack has been described leading up until now, but we're told now this may be more an incremental shock and awe. We may see a series of lesser attacks that will have the overall sense of shock and awe. I want to take you to the White House right now. Bob Kerr is there, where the president made only a few remarks during his cabinet meeting. Bob, good evening to you.
Lester, good evening to you. As we speak, the president is meeting with the president of Cameroon, the nation in Africa, and he's also going to have dinner with him. It's interesting because it was nations like Cameroon in the UN Security Council just a few days ago which actually frustrated the president and caused him to withdraw efforts to get a second UN resolution in support of this war. After the president is done with that meeting, if truth holds, he probably will go up to the residence again, but his routine is changing tonight, and starting tonight and for the foreseeable future, we're told the president is going to get a nightly call from Defense Secretary Don Rumsfeld to update him on the latest military developments. It's pretty much how the president's day started here as well. In the residence at 6 a.m. he got a telephone call from his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, and then by 7 o'clock he was in the Oval Office where he was having a meeting, first of the day. You can see, I think we have a picture we can show you that the White House put out of it. It's a picture where you see him meeting with Vice President Cheney. You see Vice President Cheney there being briefed by CIA Director George Tenet, and in the background behind the president there, the president's Chief of Staff, Andrew Card. The other meeting we want to tell you about, of course, is a meeting the president had, a public show of resolve later this afternoon with his cabinet here at the White House, partly to rally them and also to have the cabinet members briefed by Defense Secretary Rumsfeld and Secretary of State Powell on the latest developments. Here's a little bit of what the president had to say.
This cabinet is confident about the future of our country, objectives. I'm grateful for their service to their country.
Now, in that appearance, the president touched on a matter of great sensitivity here, growing sensitivity. He said that there is a growing coalition of 40 countries now involved one way or another, at least in support, publicly or privately, of this war effort. And critics, of course, have complained that unlike the 1991 Gulf War, in this case, he may say there are 40 countries, but in effect, troops on the ground, you have only the United States, Great Britain, and Australia. And of course, unlike 1991 and the Gulf War, very few, if any, other countries offering to pay money to help prosecute the war. But that is becoming a sensitive issue here. The president and the Pentagon both trying to emphasize their so-called growing coalition of the willing, Lester.
All right, Bob Kerr at the White House. Bob, thank you very much. Day 2 of the war. Objectives, have they been reached? Well, there are signs tonight that maybe the U.S. bombing campaign is already having a desired effect. More from NBC News Pentagon correspondent Jim Miklaszewski.
After only 2 days of American bombings, Pentagon officials tell NBC News there are serious cracks forming in the Iraqi regime that have led to secret surrender talks with some top Iraqi military leaders, even some of those in the secret Republican Guards. Pentagon officials report that these talks have actually been underway for months, but now that the fighting has started, some of those military leaders are moving closer to giving up themselves or giving up Saddam Hussein. For the second night running, air raid sirens wailed over Baghdad. The Iraqi capital again came under a brief but intense attack. Lasting only 10 minutes, dozens of American bombs and missiles rained down on only a handful of Iraqi leadership targets. Not exactly the kind of devastating bombing first planned in the Pentagon's campaign of shock and awe. Instead, it's very tightly focused on driving out Saddam Hussein.
The days of the Saddam Hussein regime are numbered.
After targeting Saddam Hussein himself the night before, today's strikes were aimed at the heart of Saddam's regime, his special security organization run by his son Qusay, and the compound of his deputy prime minister Tariq Aziz.
It looks like as this is going to unfold, it's going to be a psychological drip, drip, drip on the Iraqi regime.
Simultaneously today, U.S. Army artillery and rockets in Kuwait pound Iraqi troops across the border. Thousands of American ground forces charged into Iraq as heavily armed Apache attack helicopters give them cover. U.S. and British troops quickly take the Iraqi port city of Qasr and advance in Iraqi troops outside Basra. But the Pentagon's campaign is not aimed at wiping out the Iraqi military. In fact, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld revealed today the U.S. is talking directly to Iraqi military leaders, even those in the Special Republican Guards, and suggested they could avoid all-out war if they took out Saddam Hussein themselves.
The Iraqi soldiers and officers must ask themselves whether they want to die fighting for a doomed regime, or do they want to survive?
But tonight, both sides are still at war. U.S. military officials report Iraqi troops have now set fire to at least 5 oil wells in the Rumalia oil fields in the south, while U.S. Special Forces have successfully seized and secured a number of Iraqi oil platforms out in the Persian Gulf. And a senior Pentagon official tells NBC News that the airstrikes against one of Saddam Hussein's bunkers may have killed several senior leaders from the Iraqi regime, and that if it didn't kill Saddam Hussein himself, it's left him badly shaken. Jim Miklashevsky, NBC News, the Pentagon.
And we're just getting the new video in of American ground troops in Kuwait on the move. This is actually video of the artillery barrage, we believe, that preceded the movement of troops into Iraq. Elements of the 3rd Infantry Division used a pair of one of their mobile howitzers along with a multiple rocket launcher system and peppered the way for the other troops, what were believed to be Iraqi positions just across the border. We're told this is traditional ground combat doctrine to prepare the battlefield with a barrage of artillery. That's what you see here through this night scope video, the green video. There's the huge launches from those 155-millimeter self-propelled howitzers. Now, NBC's Dana Lewis, you have seen him several times throughout the afternoon, at nighttime, his time, donning a gas mask as they face, it seems like, missile alert after missile alert. Here's his report from the front lines.
12:45 Kuwaiti time, the alarm sounds at Camp New York. Soldiers from the 101st caught off guard. Still intense, they understand this is no drill. Incoming missiles, the first of the war. A bunker offers protection from explosions and shrapnel.
As you can see, all of these soldiers, they have now moved into the bunkers.
In chemical drills, soldiers often talk and joke in the bunker. Today, an eerie silence.
Is it unnerving for you?
Yeah, anytime you're going to get insecticide for people on you, it is. I mean, who wouldn't it be unnerving for?
28 minutes, we get the all-clear signal. No sign of chemical or biological agents. We can leave the bunker. Sergeant Ken Krause fought in the First Gulf War, lived in one of these chemical suits for a month. His job, to train soldiers to stay safe. And today, he prays he trained them well.
I've talked with a few of them that are truly nervous about all this, and I try to reassure them that I have tested a lot of this gear. It works.
Should I take these shoes off? Today he tells me to check my suit. A mix-up in serial numbers means some soldiers got 2 pants or 2 jackets instead of pants and a jacket. My suit checks out. 5:30, a warning the Iraqis will fire more missiles. First, soldiers are told helmets and body armor only.
There are reports, and I don't know the exact basis for them, that there may be an incoming heavy barrage of missiles from Iraq, and that may happen within the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Then the alarm sounds for gas masks. The entire base, hundreds of soldiers run for bunkers. And over the next hour, from daylight to dusk, we mask and unmask, do it all over again 3 times. Soldiers emerge exhausted, frayed nerves.
We just sit here and wait for the Scuds or whatever to come at us. And so it's just the nerve-wracking of waiting for something to happen.
Tonight, his fellow soldiers crowd around a TV monitor, straining to hear any news on units already fighting across the Iraqi border.
And we can report, as we've said, U.S. Marines have entered southern Iraq. Also reports the Army 5th Corps has made it into Iraq. Others still hugging along the border. Let's get a sense now as to where things are. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Ken Allard rejoins me here in the MSNBC War Room. Talk about the significance of the fact those troops have now moved up, not quite in Basra, but they did grab a rather important port city.
Exactly. Look, this is the kinetic phase of this campaign, and while we have been focused, properly so, I think, on Baghdad, because that's where the we're getting that classic video from. The most significant part of the operations to date are the ones that have happened beginning, late last night and early this morning, with the movement of these mechanized infantry and Marine forces. One heading apparently toward Basra, the other heading into Iraq itself. You've got an awful lot of combat power down there, and it is, I think, very significant to this point, Lester, that we have not seen any determined resistance as yet, from the Iraqi ground forces.
And we just saw that video a moment ago, how they prepared the battlefield. Those were, I believe, those 155 millimeter howitzers. Well, this isn't the same. This is Baghdad we're looking at here. But you know the video I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
On the battlefield.
And a 155 millimeter howitzer is a neat way to prepare the battlefield, simply because of the fact that what you do is you prepare the way for those mechanized forces to flow into the country. And that is exactly what's happening right now. We watched that, that fist being prepared, and now it's being launched.
And this is the machine they were using. I want to talk about the oil fields now. The reporters who were accompanying the Marines as they were moving up here said they saw burning oil wells up in this area here. Not unexpected.
No, it's not. Don't forget that Saddam just over the last week reorganized his whole high command, and he placed one of his closest allies, there to the south, in charge of that. So, you've got to expect the fact that some degree of sabotage is probably going to occur.
And these are the oil fields.
And those are some of those oil fields right down there. Yeah. In talking to some of my sources in the oil industry, one of the points that they make to me, though, is the fact that these oil fields are not the same as the ones in Kuwait, simply because of the fact that ones in Kuwait meticulously maintained with the latest technology. That is not true of the Iraqi oil fields. That is not to say that if set, they will not burn. But it is to say that it may not be quite the same magnitude of a problem as we faced in Kuwait.
But is it a harbinger of things to come for U.S. troops? Will they try and unleash smoke, oil, environmental things that could slow, and when would it slow in advance?
Well, it really does not if you do it right, simply because of the fact that when you have an oil field fire, it does a couple of things to you. And one of the things that it will do is prevent you from using your thermal sights on your tanks and your other weapon system as effectively as you would without it. But you can simply bypass it like anything else, like any other obstacle on the battlefield. There is no obstacle, Lester, that is efficient at all on a battlefield unless it is also covered by fire. And that is the thing that so far we've not seen coming from the Iraqis.
All right, Colonel Allard, thanks very much. We want to go to the CENTCOM headquarters. That Central Command, normally located in Tampa. They packed up and moved the bulk of the operation to near Doha, Qatar. That's where David Schuster is right now. David, good evening to you, or I should say good morning to you.
Lester, it is morning here, and not much to report. Unfortunately, there have been no briefings. There's been no paper issued. And in fact, it seems every time you go into the hallway and look at the bank of television monitors, the public information officers for U.S. Central Command sometimes are getting the information there themselves, watching the reports from those reporters who have been embedded with all the troops, some of those, of course, that are crossing into Iraq. They are, of course, getting information on another part of the base as far as the direct communications with the commanders, but that, of course, is not being shared with us. One of the things, though, that seems to be happening is something that military commanders had talked about over the last couple of weeks, and that is that there would be, at some point early on in this war, there would be a push towards Basra, which is the second largest city in Iraq. That's a Shiite area that was brutally, the repression there was brutal 12 years ago when there was an uprising against Saddam. Troops loyal to Saddam crushed the rebellion, and so that is an area where they believe that once the coalition troops move in, there will be a sort of a jubilation, a liberation, if you will. And in fact, there are plans by Central Command to actually fly news crews on military helicopters to get these sort of pictures of the jubilation in the streets in Basra once Basra falls, in part because they believe that that will weaken the resolve of Iraqi soldiers elsewhere in the country. So a lot of psychological impact that is being planned, a lot of things that are being looked at, of course. As this is going on, of course, there was another attack on Baghdad tonight that does not appear yet that the military has started the shock and awe strategy that so many people at the Pentagon had been talking about the last couple of weeks. And in fact, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld said today that at some point the force and scope and scale will be beyond anything that has been seen before. But at this stage, it does seem as if they're simply targeting the Iraqi leadership and not going with the sort of full-scale assault that the potential seems to suggest. Lester?
David Schuster in Doha. David, thanks very much. Americans have been launched into an exercise we've become familiar with. Is it Osama bin Laden? Except this time, is it Saddam Hussein? We're talking about the television image that appeared to be Hussein yesterday that aired on Iraqi TV shortly after a U.S. missile attack designed to take him out. So the question is it Saddam? We get more on that now from NBC Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell.
A visibly rattled Saddam Hussein, if it is Saddam Hussein, appearing 3 hours after the U.S. hit the fortified compound where the CIA believed he and his 2 sons were staying, along with other top leaders of the regime. NBC News has learned the location the U.S. targeted was the family's residential compound just south of Baghdad. They tracked Saddam there through electronic intercepts. On television afterwards, Saddam looked different, wearing thick glasses.
Glasses generally are seen more as a sign of weakness and not a virile man, and so it's puzzling why that was done last night.
One government theory, Saddam was asleep when the bombs hit and afterwards couldn't find his own reading glasses. But why did the Iraqi leader, who usually reads smoothly off a teleprompter, speak haltingly from notes?
He went to Baghdad.
Amir Tahiri has interviewed him.
This was something handwritten, if you like, homework book. Whoever wrote it did it under very limited circumstances.
So is this the real Saddam? The U.S. is now using voice print technology to make sure. But could he have pre-taped the message? That's also being studied.
To try to date the tape as well, given that it may have some impact on whether he survived or not.
Although he mentions the date, March 20th, U.S. officials say he may have recorded several versions in preparation for just such an attack. U.S. officials say this case was not disinformation to shake up the regime, like rumors earlier this week that Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz had defected. But it is a technique the U.S. uses to force officials to appear publicly so they can be more easily targeted.
That report from Andrea Mitchell, NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent. We're past the quarter hour. Let's bring you up to speed with the very latest headlines. In Operation Iraqi Freedom, U.S. military officials say about 24 Tomahawk cruise missiles. Scores of aircraft also were used in waves of U.S.-led attacks on Baghdad. Several Iraqi government office buildings were set afire, including one of Saddam Hussein's palaces. U.S. officials tell NBC News an Apache helicopter was forced to make a landing in Iraq because of bad weather. Initial reports was that it had been taken under fire. No one was injured. The crew is back at their base safe and sound. At least 500 anti-war protesters have been arrested in the San Francisco Bay Area. The San Francisco jail has reached capacity, and police are now taking people to the county jail at the Civic Center. Planes of U.S. carrier battle groups are playing a critical role in this military action. NBC's Hansen Hossein is aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln and filed this report.
The war started early here this morning. The Bunker Hill, a cruiser sailing alongside the USS Abraham Lincoln, fired off 8 Tomahawk cruise missiles as it played its part in the initial attack upon Baghdad. A few hours later, the deck of this carrier was teeming with action. F-14 and F-18 fighter jets launched one right after the other. They were heavy with missiles and bombs. They all returned later, some without all of their ordnance. They also carried Sidewinder anti-aircraft missiles, but it looks like none were used, even though there's still a threat that there may be some of the Iraqi Air Force out there, possibly out there to attack whatever is flying out towards them from the Navy. The crew of the Lincoln is quiet but confident. They've been out at sea for 8 months. In fact, today is the 8-month anniversary since they deployed, and it is one of the longest deployments in American naval history. Now that war is upon them, they can actually see that they have an end date to their mission, but not before they play a large role in the escalation that is surely to come. Hansen Hossein, NBC News, aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln.
And cities across this country are tightening security now that the war is underway. The FBI is on a nationwide manhunt for a man that Asians fear may be in charge of future U.S. terror attacks. We'll get more on that from NBC's Pete Williams.
As the police and National Guard fan out nationwide to protect potential terror targets, the FBI tonight is urgently seeking their help in finding a man believed to be a top al-Qaeda operative who could be in the U.S. He's identified as Adnan G. El Shukrit Juma, 27 years old, around 5.5 feet tall, speaks fluent English, and as medic, he uses an inhaler. Investigators believe he's another Mohammed Atta, the key planner in the 9/11 attacks. And even more worrisome, he's believed to be a trained pilot. One of his Arabic nicknames is Jafar the Pilot. FBI agents today searched this house in Miramar, Florida, Shukrit Juma's last known address, questioning his parents. Agents believe he was in the United States after 9/11, but they don't know where he is now. His brother, Nidal, says Shukrit Juma is no terrorist.
Is he a pilot?
No.
No? Did he go to flight school here? No.
Even so, captured al-Qaeda members have told U.S. interrogators that Shukrit Juma would be central to the planning for any further terror attacks against Americans, either here or overseas. In Arizona, meantime, extra security was deployed to the Palo Verde power plant near Phoenix, the nation's largest nuclear generator, a response officials say to a specific threat.
It was obviously serious enough and deemed to be credible enough that we've got several the appropriate federal agencies investigating.
Tonight, officials say that threat now appears less credible. In the Northeast today, police and National Guardsmen from 3 states rode commuter trains and subways into New York, concerned that mass transit could be a target.
We have close to 4,000 New York State National Guard troops deployed everywhere from the subways of New York to the borders of Canada.
In Los Angeles, Mayor James Hahn inspected the city's water supply, where testing and security are both up.
Hundreds of tests being performed, make sure that if anything does contaminate the water supply, we know about it instantly.
That was the south side of 108.
Washington, D.C. put its police officers on 12-hour shifts, and signs went up from Homeland Security with a number to use for calling in tips. And nationwide, extra security was especially visible at airports. Traffic backed up for half an hour this morning at Seattle-Tacoma as the National Guard searched cars. Cities and states determined to prevent acts of terror. Pete Williams, NBC News, Washington.
And as the war started, America went about its business, but it wasn't as usual. No matter how people felt about the attack in Iraq, they were following it and worrying. Here's NBC's Roger O'Neill.
It was a message for the troops from 3rd and 4th graders. Their school, Del Rio Elementary in Oceanside, is next to the California Marine Base Camp Pendleton. So many of the children were talking to their moms and dads who are now fighting.
I hope that you can hear me now, Papa. I love you. God bless America.
The LA Daily News printed first strike. Other newspapers said war and attack. But the New York Daily News declared, good morning, Baghdad. At the Coral Cafe in Burbank, Art Michener tried to digest the first news with a plate of eggs and hash browns.
It's going to be a long haul. It's going to be fighting an enemy that you don't see.
Despite the war's start, America looked pretty normal this morning. Freeway backups, cappuccinos and lattes, even the men's national basketball tournament started on time.
This is for the lead.
There were anti-war demonstrations on several college campuses, but nothing major. Steve Jones worries most about what's next.
It's a tough call. It's a tough call. I'm worried this is going to escalate to World War III.
But Steve Zingula remembers living in Hungary, the tyrant in 1944, Hitler.
We're spoiled, and most of us really haven't had to live under that kind of thing.
The reason these 3 military wives at Fort Stewart in Georgia say their husbands joined the 3rd Infantry to protect America.
Last night was rough. I cried and I prayed, and I'm hoping that the country will get behind the troops.
Who are also moms and dads.
Who's that? My dad.
Roger O'Neill, NBC News, Los Angeles.
A slice of the American reaction. Let's go to a slice of world reaction now. For that, we go to Natalie Morales, who is manning our MSNBC listening post. Natalie?
Lester, for a look more what Iraqi TV is reporting, which is, I should point out, state-owned, so very much under Saddam Hussein's control. It, in fact, is broadcasting very little to no images of the war. In fact, late this afternoon, the network started showing a movie called The Land. The movie is a drama, apparently, about Egypt during the British occupation, so not seeing any pictures of the raids of earlier today. It is reporting some information which is not confirmed by U.S. military officials. However, Iraqi anchors say that 72 cruise missiles have been fired on Iraq so far, although they report that some of those missiles were intercepted. They are also reporting that 4 Iraqi military officials have been killed, 5 others wounded. Again, no confirmation from U.S. officials on that. The network has also replayed that speech made by Saddam Hussein last night a number of times, as well as a statement from the Iraqi information minister in which he denounces the U.S. and its attack on Iraq. But no confirmation or reports on Saddam Hussein's condition right now, Lester, which, as we know, was reported earlier today. Some Senate intelligence officials reported that he perhaps was wounded along with some of his sons in last night's raids. Lester?
All right, Natalie Morales. Thank you, Natalie. Earlier, I spoke to National Geographic explorers Peter Arnett about what it's been like in Baghdad since the attack earlier this evening.
Well, Lester, sort of tense. There's been several air raid alerts, but very little action really since that early raid at 9 o'clock at night. In fact, the fires that were burning in the compound and the office that was occupied at one point by Qusay Hussein, the president's youngest son, these fires have been extinguished now. In fact, the city is placid, lit up like a Christmas tree. The lights are still on, but totally quiet. And I presume everyone living in the city is apprehensive, but nothing like a future attack seemed to be in the works at this point, Lester.
I know you brought a lot of batteries and flashlights. Are you surprised the lights are still on after 2 nights of attacks there?
2 nights of attacks there? Yeah, very surprised, but we have to bear in mind that these were not major attacks. Well, this evening's ones, they did take out some significant targets, but in terms of the first Gulf War, they're essentially minimal. I think they've been described as sort of pinpricks by the Pentagon. We are told, we've heard that the shock and awe part of this air operation is still to come. The Pentagon, however, I was reading weeks ago or heard weeks ago that they would try to maintain the electrical grid and the water system because they were concerned about the population. They certainly have allowed that to be maintained so far. We'll see what happens in the next few days, though, Lester.
Peter Arnett, a veteran of the 1991 U.S.-led assault on Baghdad, comparing the attack to that one, saying this one not nearly as violent, but noting, of course, that the strategy of the U.S. may be an incremental application of power. There's a live picture of Baghdad for you as it approaches 3:30 in the morning there. It was just before dawn when U.S. forces attacked there on Thursday morning, going after that target of opportunity, which we now have learned was in fact Saddam Hussein, other members of the Iraqi regime and leadership who were in a private house that was struck. Pentagon is being very careful to say that it is still doing battle damage on that and will not make any assessment as to what they may have accomplished in that strike, which appeared to be in advance of the main war plan. The other strike tonight, our time, actually occurred about 9 o'clock Baghdad time, lasted about 10 minutes in duration, hitting a number of key buildings, but again, a very pinprick type attack going after specific targets. At the same time, U.S. troops on the move in the south of Iraq. Some now are on Iraqi soil right now, some meeting resistance, others none at all, and a very key port city has already been seized by U.S. Marines, and the British troops are also on the ground. Today's attack in Baghdad, we should point out, was conducted primarily by cruise missiles fired from U.S. and for the first time, British warships at sea. We're going to pause right here and allow some other stations around the country to join our coverage here on MSNBC. Welcome back to MSNBC. Time to get you caught up on the very latest news from Operation Iraqi Freedom. NBC News has learned that voice recognition technology supports a theory that a tape released last night is Saddam Hussein. More tests need to be done. Still not clear if the message was pre-recorded. Still no word whether the Iraqi dictator was injured or killed. U.S. officials say an Apache helicopter, that's an Army attack chopper, was forced to make a hard landing. Turns out it wasn't enemy fire, but rather inclement weather. The aircraft was able to get back into the air and return to its base safely. The crew is okay. Defense officials confirm there are up to 4 oil fires burning in southern Iraq. The orange on that map is a rough location of the oil fields. Rumalia is apparently where the Iraqis had leaked oil from a pipeline earlier, causing about a mile-long slick. Again, reporters say they've seen fires. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld called the act a crime against the Iraqi people. Back in Washington, the Bush administration is continuing to hammer away on the message the war in Iraq is truly a broad coalition of the willing, and in fact a growing coalition of the willing. We get the very latest in the White House view from NBC White House correspondent Campbell Brown.
After private meetings this morning with his war council, the president spent yet another day working the phones, still selling reluctant allies on why military action is necessary. Meeting with his cabinet, he praised the troops overseas and thanked what the White House calls the coalition of the willing for backing the U.S.
Over 40 nations now support our efforts. We're grateful for their determination.
But privately, White House officials concede it's a list of countries giving token help. For example, the administration has long claimed Turkey a key member of the coalition. But Turkey's parliament only today voted to give the U.S. permission to use its airspace and nothing more. One official admitted, quote, "This is mostly about diplomacy." Meanwhile, the president today ordered the Treasury Department to confiscate Iraqi government assets, claiming they'd been stolen from the Iraqi people.
We are today directing a worldwide hunt for the blood money.
And that report from the White House. On the right side of your screen, we continue to look at Baghdad. The expectation palpable, certainly there, in a city that likely is not getting a lot of rest tonight. We know it was near the end of the night, dawn, when the first strikes occurred yesterday, and of course strikes earlier this evening, about 9 o'clock, 1 o'clock Eastern. Here, we have no indication whether, in fact, there will be more attacks tonight. The Pentagon making a point of saying that this is all will be on their timetable, and this shock and awe will be an incremental application of air power, and primarily it has all come in the form of Tomahawk missiles, though there have been some warplanes involved in the attacks in the north and certainly supporting missions in the south, where U.S. and British ground troops now have moved into position. Some have actually gone across the border, have taken up positions on the Iraqi side. There is, of course, plenty of reaction to all of what's going on, and it didn't take long for the world to react. Within hours, the first missiles fired. Tens of thousands of people were in the streets protesting the war. NBC's Don Fratangelo reports now from our listening post in London.
Pick a corner of the world.
American and British troops get out of Iraq.
And there was likely protest. Very loud. Some very large, anti-war, anti-American protest. In Athens, 100,000 marched. In Tokyo and Brussels, a collective voice rising against U.S. military action in Iraq. Even world leaders joined in. The most defiant, Russian President Vladimir Putin, calling it a mistake and for it to end. In Brussels at the European Union, Britain's Tony Blair and France's Jacques Chirac were together, but with many fences to mend. Earlier, Blair spoke to his country.
I know this course of action has produced deep divisions of opinion in our country. But I know also the British people will now be united.
Al Jazeera, the Arab television network, reported it was Iraqi civilian sites that were attacked last night in Baghdad. And Arab countries were voicing both condemnation for the U.S. and contempt for Saddam Hussein for not stepping aside. Mansour Fahmy in Cairo.
Because the American government has completely proved itself as being arrogant and completely blind to what is really going on and how Arabs, Muslims, Christian Arabs feel.
But in Paris, with overwhelming support for France's hard line against a second UN resolution, a voice of dissent.
What's happening in Iraq is very, it's not democratic, so it's a good decision from the USA.
But why so much opposition to the U.S.? A recent poll by the Pew Research Center shows views of the U.S. and Europe, especially France, Germany, and Italy, have fallen dramatically in the past 3 years.
We are the sole superpower. We're so powerful. That power creates resentment and suspicion.
And another protest here outside Parliament in Great Britain, where half the people in this country oppose this conflict, even though now their own British troops are engaged in war. Dawn Fratangelo, NBC News, London.
In Kuwait, air raid sirens have been piercing the night air over and over. NBC's Brian Williams has this report now from the capital city of Kuwait City.
American and British troops in the desert running for cover. Come on! Afraid of being caught in a gas attack after the siren rang out, signaling Iraqi missiles had been launched at Kuwait.
I don't know how close they were, and I don't know what they were, but the call came to gas up.
Just miles away here in Kuwait City, panic as the sirens wailed for the first time, warning of an attack from Iraq. Those who had them crammed their faces into gas masks, and those who didn't fled to bomb shelters and their homes, leaving the city streets deserted. Armored cars with special sensors swept the city, sniffing for nuclear, biological, and chemical materials.
Everything is returning to normal, so please go about your normal business.
No Iraqi missiles hit the city, but it was hard to get back to normal business here. The airport was overwhelmed. India and Pakistan put on special flights to evacuate their own citizens. This woman was booking her children out on whatever flight she could find.
I don't want my children to feel these sounds and to hear these sounds of sounds of war. I don't want them to make them afraid.
We still haven't got... But Dr. Hamad al-Hassawi, defense advisor to the Kuwaiti government, says the people here aren't just afraid of Iraq attacking them with missiles.
Kuwaitis never had the experience, the intensive experience of dealing with casualties on a large scale.
And tonight, as Kuwaitis watched live television pictures of the U.S. attack on neighboring Iraq, foreign workers here tried to grab the last plane tickets out of Kuwait as the airspace is shut down.
And the shock and awe of this war campaign is really on the faces of a lot of us who thought we knew the war plan here going in, but apparently we didn't. And Colonel Ken Allard is here to help us walk through what we have seen and try to get a sense, is this the plan, or did this thing become very liquid all of a sudden?
Well, I think it probably has become very, very liquid simply because of the fact that we don't have to do this in quite the same way as we did Desert Storm, in which we simply did stuff the old-fashioned Army way, which was to line up a whole bunch of troops and armored forces along a line and send them forward.
Well, you're trying to destroy an army in this case. Now Jim Miklaszewski reported that the U.S. may be in contact with some high-level Iraqis, even Republican Guard, and might this be a way of giving them an opportunity? A few hits, stand back and pause?
Yeah, but it goes against the grain of almost everything that we have learned militarily over the last 50 years, simply because of the fact that the idea, the Colin Powell doctrine, as a matter of fact, is that when you go all at once and with everything you've got. So this is an interesting approach, a slightly different approach to war than we've seen before. It may reflect some of the lessons we think we've learned from places like Kosovo, from places like Afghanistan. Because in many respects, what you're seeing is a model that looks more like Afghanistan. In fact, Lester, it actually looks a little bit more like our strike on Panama against Manuel Noriega back in 1989 than it does that it has anything in common with Desert Storm.
Huge difference, though, of course, that there is the airstrikes that went on in Baghdad. Then there's this ground campaign that's starting rather slowly. The troops have moved up. They've taken Qasr. There are other units that are still poised in here, have not moved up. Is the idea that some of these will simply break away and head up to Baghdad while others settle the south?
Well, we think so, but again, that is the most rank speculation. What appears to be...
I'm a rank amateur.
But, you know, the thing that is interesting right now is the fact that there are some signs from some of the sources that we talk to that some interesting cracks are beginning to appear in the leadership structure around Saddam Hussein. Don't forget, they are not organized like an American military command structure is, which is organized around the concentration of forces. It's organized like a team. They are organized like Tony Soprano. It's organized like a conspiracy. And so consequently, when you begin to hit it directly, okay, you begin to see some things turning over. The rats begin to run back to their holes. A lot of things begin to occur there that leads us to believe that this may be what is required to actually take this regime down, and that is the objective of this operation. President Bush has talked about regime change. This may be an interesting way of causing that to happen.
Let's talk about some of the weapons of war. We know in the strikes yesterday, F-117 stealth fighters went into Baghdad. We're not sure what planes were used in tonight's raid. There were cruise missiles and unspecified planes involved, but the stealth seems to be what sets the U.S. military in a quantum lead above any other military.
Simply because the first time that you know it's there is when the bombs start dropping. And that lets you know you've just been targeted by the stealth. The thing that is interesting about this to me as well, we talked about this a little bit last night, is the fact that what that aircraft gives you is a way of striking directly into Baghdad without tipping your hand that you are on the way. And if you're actually trying to take out that regime, what better way to do it than that?
Unclear whether the B-2, the stealth bomber, was involved in the Baghdad raids. It carries a lot more firepower. Might this have been a case that because the targets were so limited, there was no point in putting a $500 million bomber over Baghdad?
What is interesting about this right now is as well the fact that defense officials have been telling us that, look, you will not in any way, shape, or form doubt the fact that this is shock and awe when you see it. We have not seen that yet, and so it's very, very clear, at least to me, that there is a reason to hold back, on things like the B-2, because when that thing gets started, then I can well understand why any description of what it does can be called shock and awe. We simply have not seen this yet.
And let's remember, our cameras are trained on Baghdad, so that's what we see primarily. But there were airfields that were struck in the west last night, and that's got to be part of a follow-on strategy as well.
As good as we try and make our coverage, understand the fact that we are simply looking at this thing through a soda straw. And we are also then beginning to understand there are many more things that are going on in Iraq right as we speak than we have any idea about right now. I would simply take you back to when we were doing this thing with respect to Afghanistan, and it wasn't until a month after all of that happened that we got the true details from Army Special Forces Captain Jason Amrine on what his Special Forces A-team had been doing in there. We've been reporting a lot of things, mostly about aerial strikes and targets destroyed. And suddenly we began to find out that we had had special forces in there on the ground directly attacking the Taliban, taking their forces on and giving a great account of themselves.
And special forces, we know that in addition to that Apache that was forced down today and everyone got out safely, there was a Pavlo, a special operations helicopter that again had a hard landing. Everyone was okay there, but it tells us they're inserting those kind of troops.
They are inserting these guys and apparently inserting them in depth. It also takes you back to the Gulf War. You remember that we had very much the same thing going on then, but it was much more limited because the objective then was simply to drive the Iraqi forces out of Kuwait. With the objective changing to the change of regime, they've apparently been inserted a lot deeper, and they may have a lot more ambitious missions. Again, we don't know about these things right now. When the history is written, I would predict to you that we'll sit there and sit back and say, oh my Lord, how about that?
Ken Allard. Ken, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Camp Pendleton is home to the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force. That's where NBC's Dan Lothian filed this report earlier.
Well, here at Camp Pendleton, things are relatively quiet, although we are told that there's still some ongoing exercises. There could be additional deployments in the very near future. Also, what is taking place, some support for those units who have already been deployed. We are told that most of the 35,000 Marines who call this base home are currently in the Persian Gulf region. Those ground units, the combat units, no doubt playing a critical role as the forces move into Iraq. Last night, we were here within a few hours after the bombs started falling over Baghdad. Had a chance to talk to some of the Marines who were returning to base. We found a couple of things. First of all, those who were quite emotional because some of their family members and their friends were now going into harm's way, and they were very concerned about that. But there were also those who, here at home now, are looking at this battle taking place and wish that they could be right in the middle of the action. Now, as for the morale on the base, one official told me that morale continues to be high, that the Marine personnel who are still here continue to be very focused. I asked if anything had changed since before the war began, and I was told no, they're still being focused. All they do now, though, is keep one ear to the radio, keep their eyes on the television because they want to monitor and see what's going on in the war. That's the very latest from Camp Pendleton. Now back to you.
Dan Lothian, thanks. It's a quarter of. We want to take this moment to update you on the status of the war with Iraq. There's the picture on the right side of your screen. It is Baghdad in the wee hours of the morning, 3:45 in the a.m. It was last struck 9 o'clock last night, their time. About a 10-minute bombardment, specific targets, ministry buildings primarily, a presidential palace in one of the elite neighborhoods of Baghdad. No casualty figures, no battle damage assessment. At the same time, on the ground in the south, U.S. Marines, some elements of the U.S. Army have successfully crossed the border. They are in Iraq and, in fact, are in control of a port city tonight. There have been reports of missiles fired in the direction of U.S. forces. None has found its target. NBC's chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell joins us now from Washington to tell us a little bit more about what U.S. officials are saying regarding Saddam Hussein. Alive or not? What's the word?
It's really a Where's Waldo situation. They are analyzing the tape of Saddam Hussein appearing on Iraqi television in a very different context. He had on thick glasses, unlike any glasses that intelligence experts have ever seen him in, Lester. He also was speaking very haltingly from a notebook and then also alternating with a piece of paper. Usually he speaks in a grand manner with teleprompter or very much off the cuff, but not in this fashion. So the notion was, is it live or Memorex? Was this something pre-taped before the attack on what we now know to be his family compound south of Baghdad? There's a lot of analysis going on. They don't use facial recognition techniques because with makeup and the like, they don't think that that is an accurate way. What they do is use the same voice technology, voice definition technology that they've used to identify successfully many audio tapes of Osama bin Laden, but it does take time. For some reason, they say it takes more than 24 hours to really get a final match on this voice print technology with this particular software that they use over at Langley. So that's what they're doing. The experts at the intelligence agencies, defense and the CIA, of course, and at this point they think it probably was Saddam Hussein, but they are not absolutely sure when it was taped, whether this was a message that was recorded by Saddam Hussein knowing that he would be attacked, perhaps several messages recorded by him in advance of the deadline that George Bush had set.
And Andrea, diplomacy currently moot and irrelevant at this point, but is the U.S. engaged in discussions with allies right now? Are they talking actively about post-war Iraq?
They are. They're talking at the United Nations. There's been quite a lot of work done on the humanitarian part of this. The refugees whom they expect will be pouring over, and I think, in fact, our Jim Maceda has seen signs of people already coming out, but they are very concerned. And you saw that Donald Rumsfeld, in his briefing earlier today, said that Iraqis should stay in their homes, should not start leaving. They really have great concerns about this. Money, they don't think, will be an object in terms of feeding the Iraqi people. There are 24 million Iraqi people, 60% of whom have relied solely on the UN's Oil for Food program for the last 6 years for their nutrition. This is a program by which food is purchased through Iraqi oil sales supervised by the United Nations. There's a lot of allegations of leaks and smuggling and of skimming off the top, I should say, by Saddam Hussein and his immediate family and leading members of the regime, but it has worked well enough to feed Iraqi people. And there is $40 billion already in that account that can be used to buy food. So they're not really worried about the money, but the distribution could be a severe problem. So they're working very closely with Kofi Annan, who feels strongly that this could really be the restoration of the United Nations legitimacy and authority if they can handle the human side of what could be a catastrophe.
And Andrea, the White House keeps stressing that the coalition of the willing is in fact growing in numbers and influence. What do we know about what the U.S. has been able to amass in terms of substantial and real support in all this?
It's less than it seems. Appearances can be deceiving, or claims can be deceiving. For instance, they point to Turkey's agreement finally to permit U.S. airspace to be Turkish airspace to be used by American overflights, but that is hardly what they wanted. They wanted basing rights. They wanted also an agreement from Turkey not to move Turkish troops into Kurdish Iraq and set off the potential of a civil war there. So there are a lot of problems in these alignments, and if you look around the world, the countries that are with them, aside from Great Britain, are not the countries that can give them military strength and even that much political and diplomatic cover. They don't have Russia, they don't have Germany, they don't have France, and tonight in Brussels, the European Union is meeting with strong criticism against the United States and Great Britain.
NBC's Andrea Mitchell of the State Department. Andrea, thanks for talking with us.
You bet.
We want to move to David Schuster now. He's at the Central Command headquarters in Qatar. David, ultimately there will be briefings for reporters on the military action. That hasn't happened yet, but are you able to get any sense by even the level of activity there as to what may be happening?
Well, Lester, to a certain degree in that, I mean, clearly they're in lockdown mode. Clearly they're not providing any information on a public basis. That if they are issuing any pieces of paper, it's maybe one or two that simply listed as some of the ships that fire the first cruise missiles. But I mean, it's very clear that the base is hopping, just unfortunately not here at the media center. There's a sort of real-time information that's being passed along from the field commanders to General Tommy Franks and his top staff. Just a couple of miles here on this base. So clearly, I mean, they're very busy. All the staff here are working in 12-hour days and long shifts, so there's a lot going on, unfortunately, not in front of us. But the important thing, Lester, is I think there will start to be some pretty interesting briefings fairly soon, simply because there's every indication now that coalition forces have started doing something that they did not do 12 years ago, and that is they're closing in on Basra. There are reports that Qasr, which is nearby in the southern peninsula of Iraq, that has fallen. That clears the way for coalition troops to go into Basra, which is something that they did not do 12 years ago. And there's every expectation here at Central Command that once coalition troops go into Basra, that they will be greeted as liberators. And military commanders believe that those images, those pictures of the U.S. troops and the British troops being cheered on, that could have a devastating psychological impact on Iraqi soldiers throughout the rest of the country. And in fact, there are plans to fly a couple television news crews by military helicopter to get those pictures on the air as quickly as possible. So in any case, a lot of components, a lot of things happening at once. As the ground operation rolls on in southern Iraq, of course, there continue to be some airstrikes in Baghdad. The Pentagon has described this as an attack on Iraqi leadership positions, but again, no indication yet that the full-scale assault that everyone is anticipating, no indication yet that has begun.
David Schuster in Qatar. David, thanks very much. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld just concluded meetings on Capitol Hill, briefing senators, and I think we have some tape of him making some remarks. Let's see what we got.
Chamber to brief. I usually look at people that are talking to me. You want me to look at him and talk to you?
You can look at them while they ask and look at us when they ask.
I see. Okay. Well, I'll take two questions and then I'm going to run. Yes.
Can you comment on reports that Marines have entered the southern port of Iraq?
I could, but I won't. What else?
Can you tell us how much you need for a supplemental?
The White House is working on that, and I think it'll probably go up fairly soon. What number they'll end up landing on is it's a mix of defense, state, and other agencies, Homeland Security, and I just don't have that in my head.
Mr. Secretary, information about Saddam Hussein, if he was injured or attack?
No, I have no information that I can provide on that subject. Ask me a question I can answer. Things are going very well. General Franks and his team are first rate. They're enormously capable. They've got a plan that, in my judgment, is excellent, and they are proceeding with it. There is no question but that regime is not going to be there in the future. And at some point, the people of Iraq and the military of Iraq will register that fact. The people will be enormously relieved and liberated. And the military, if they're wise, will refuse to obey orders, and particularly will refuse to obey any orders involving the use of weapons of mass destruction.
Things are going very well. An upbeat assessment from Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, who had briefed senators on Capitol Hill, stopped by the microphones to brief reporters. At the same time, we watch events unfold overseas with bombings and tanks on the move. Americans feeling a certain amount of war anxiety here at home as the terror alert level is now higher, and there are signs in many big cities that this country is on war footing. Dan Abrams, host of the Abrams Report, joins us now with more on the home front security situation. Dan?
Well, Lester, when it comes to home front security, no news is good news.
And today, no major news to report. Certainly, we can talk about the increase in security around this nation, what they are calling Operation Liberty Shield. The FBI keeping its offices open 24/7, increasing security in cities around this nation, in mass transit, making sure that people can see many of these officers, many of them with machine guns, walking the streets, trying to make sure that people know that the cities around America are safe. Now, with that said, the FBI has issued a worldwide alert for one man that they believe is a top al-Qaeda operative. His name is Adnan el-Shukri Juma. They believe he is a pilot who has trained with al-Qaeda, that he was in the United States after September 11th, that he's around 5'4" tall, approximately 130 pounds, and they want to speak to him immediately. They have compared him, in fact, to Muhammad Atta, the leader of the 9/11 attacks, saying he is that kind of person who is organized, a leader, someone who could be very dangerous and very central if there were going to be another attack in the United States. But again, they don't know exactly where he is right now. They went and spoke to family members of his in Florida who still live there. It's his last known address. And so far, they have not been able to find him. But again, that is why they're handing out that picture of him in the hope that someone will come forward with some information about him. Lester?
It's disturbing, and the timing of all of it, Dan. I know a lot of cities, New York among them, have complained that they don't have enough money to continue the kind of security they're being asked to perform, yet they've got a job to do.
Well, absolutely. And look, some of this is going to come from federal funds. For example, if you're talking about borders in some states, if you're talking about ports, that will be primarily federal funds. But when it comes to New York City, for example, or Washington, in New York, the transit system, going additional patrols on the subways, additional patrols on the trains, more people in places like Times Square. That's coming out of the city's budget, and that's why Mayor Bloomberg was meeting with Tom Ridge, pleading for more money for New York City. But it's not just New York City. You are going to see cities around this country asking for more money, particularly if this orange alert continues for days, if not weeks. Orange alert means that these cities have to do more. They have to have more people on the streets. They have to increase that level of security and safety. And as you point out, that costs a lot of money.
Dan Abrams, host of the Abrams Report. Dan, thanks very much. Let me just bring one other bit of information that crossed the wires earlier. U.S. Treasury Secretary John Snow has announced that all non-diplomatic Iraqi government assets in the United States are now going to be frozen. He said the president issued an executive order to confiscate the assets. The order authorizes Treasury to marshal the assets and to use the funds for the benefit and welfare of the Iraqi people, to Treasury Secretary Snow. We are continuing to watch and keep our eye on Baghdad, as it is still well before dawn there, and it was just before dawn that the first of the missile attacks began. There was one early in the evening there tonight. No indications more is to come this night, but no one knows, and that, of course, has raised the anxiety in Baghdad and across that part of the world. In Kuwait, they too have occasionally heard the sirens, the incoming missile warning for troops in the desert on the Kuwaiti side. They have encountered apparently some missiles fired. They've all harmlessly fallen into the desert. Nonetheless, they're forced to don all their kit, as they call it, the chemical gear, move into the bunker. It's been a very restless, anxious night for troops who for months have been waiting in that desert, training, waiting for the order to go. For some, it has come. They're on the Iraqi side. For others, they're still hunkered down, waiting for their piece of this very complicated plan to make regime change in Iraq. The raids today in Baghdad involved about 24 cruise missiles, scores of aircraft. Also, for the first time today, the British became involved. Some of those cruise missiles fired from British aircraft carriers. Prime Minister Tony Blair went before his nation tonight to try to rally his nation around this war, and certainly around the British troops who are now fighting alongside American troops in the deserts of Kuwait and Iraq. Shock and awe is the term that we've heard so many times before to describe what would come in Baghdad. Instead, we have seen a series of limited, intense, but limited airstrikes. Shock and awe, we're told now, will be more of an incremental sort of thing as the U.S. continues to pick strategic targets as part of a plan that may, in fact, be fluid, but it remains to be seen where all this is leading. Secretary Rumsfeld says it will lead to regime change. I'm Lester Holt. Brian Williams picks up our coverage in a moment. I'll see you later on this evening. So long for now.
And good evening once again from Kuwait City, where we are looking at a live picture of downtown Baghdad. Lester Holt just mentioned a quieter night than I think anyone expected coming into the early stages of the air war, especially when that first volley, the first wave of air attacks, was at its height. Our day this morning here in Kuwait City started with a surprise. When this was first going on up in Baghdad. This was the scene through our other camera, and then the night vision camera, the various views of the city. That was the height of the air campaign, all of these various montage shots you're looking at. And this, of course, the column of smoke from the part of the presidential palace complex that housed the office, as we mentioned at the time during our live coverage, that housed the office of Tariq Aziz. A quick word about the attack tonight. NBC News White House correspondent Campbell Brown is standing by to talk to us. Campbell, I have to ask you the genesis of two decisions there. Number one, the ad lib, as our colleague Jim Miklaszewski put it, to make the surgical airstrike last night, and number two, to launch the more conventional strike today.
Well, it's interesting. We are learning new details from a senior administration official here tonight who says that the president actually gave the order to execute the military plan Wednesday morning, that this came out of a meeting he was having in the Situation Room with key members of his National Security Council that was also that General Franks participated in by video conference from the Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. The president was also able to talk with key commanders in the field and to get their final thoughts on the plans that were in place. We're told that the president had two questions for each of those commanders. Number one, do you have what you need to win? And number two, are you confident in the strategy? Getting the affirmative, the president then gave that order to execute. But what happened next was the change in plan. CIA Director Tenet received intelligence, made a phone call to Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld to share it with him. They requested to meet with the president immediately. This was yesterday afternoon, and as you'll recall, it was that unusual third National Security Council meeting of the day. It began a little before 4, and it was there that Tenet shared this intelligence they had gathered that indicated that Saddam and other key Iraqi leaders were in a certain location and that they should go ahead and move forward. They spent a little more than 3 hours in that meeting discussing the intelligence and then made those alternate plans. So again, it was, as you said, a last-minute change based on what we have heard from many people over the last 24 hours as target of opportunity.
Campbell Brown, thank you for that from the White House lawn. I'm told we're going to switch back into the studio and Lester Holt for some breaking news from the U.S. Lester.
Brian, passions are overflowing right now in Chicago. An anti-war protest has shut down the busy Lakeshore Drive. That's the major 8-lane highway that runs up along the lakeshore of Michigan Avenue, of the Lake Michigan there in Chicago. Protesters have gone on both the north and southbound lanes, it appears, and have totally shut down traffic. This is, if you're familiar with the area, this is getting close to the Gold Coast, not far from the Northwestern University Law School and Medical School there, and right along the lakefront. Protesters have moved in, about 1,000 we're told. Police have called for riot-helmeted police by the busload to try and restore some order here. It's about 7 o'clock in the evening there. The rush hour pretty much over. The traffic on your left left, Lakeshore Drive has both local and express lanes. The local lanes are running, but the 8-lane section there you see in both the north and south direction there is entirely shut down. This is near Chicago Avenue and Lakeshore Drive in Chicago, and you see there the cars are at a stop. The protesters are making their way up between the vehicles there. Not clear where they're going. Police say they're trying to turn the crowd west off of Lakeshore Drive. Not sure if this was an impromptu protest. We know that a large one has been blocking traffic in New York's Times Square today. Not sure where the origin of this one is. Jim Avila is in our Chicago bureau on the telephone. Perhaps, Jim, you can tell us more about what's going on there.
Well, the picture you're looking at, Lester, is that's the 680 building, which is an old furniture factory, now some expensive apartments right on Lakeshore Drive. And as you can see, there are about 1,000 protesters, which began downtown by the Federal Building in Chicago with a peaceful march, and then they marched all the way to Lakeshore Drive, where the Chicago Police Department did not want them to go. That's, of course, the main thoroughfare right along the lakeshore that takes people during the rush hour home, both north and south. And the protesters then got there and blocked traffic and stopped traffic. The police department has now closed down the road, brought in some busloads of riot-helmeted police. There's been no violence that we've been able to see. As you can see, the police officers seem to be just walking them back down Lakeshore Drive, trying to get control of the crowd and get them off Lakeshore Drive and over west into more of the neighborhoods and try to get it to disperse it. There's some concern that they would go to Michigan Avenue as well, another, of course, famous street here in Chicago that the police department doesn't want them on. But at this point, it's totally peaceful. It's certainly a nuisance at this point. As you can see, there's a lot of cars on Lakeshore Drive at this hour, and they're having to be forced off the road and into the side streets to get around this main thoroughfare.
NBC's Jim Avila in our Chicago bureau will continue to watch that protest. As he says, there have been no violence, but certainly a major disruption of traffic in Chicago, an example of the passions that we've seen on both sides of this war issue in America today. Let's right now send it back to Kuwait City and Brian Williams.
And Lester, thanks for that. And we should admit straight up that it was an aspect of the news going on around the country and the world today that we admittedly allowed to become overshadowed by the war coverage, even when very little was going on that was accessible and available and visible to us. There were a number of anti-war protests around the country today. A word about Kuwait City. First of all, the noise you may hear in the background is a new weather front coming in here tonight. We're in a tent kind of structure at the top of the building, so we are getting buffeted by wind. The new weather is windy and cold. And second, how our day began here. These were on a lot today. A lot of us were awakened by 2 concussions and then an air raid siren, and it was kind of a pattern we followed all day today. Even late this evening, we heard 2 concussions, again followed by another air raid siren. The missiles coming over from the border across from Iraq into Kuwait, and they were not stopped by the American Patriot missiles. Some of them came all the way through. They thankfully landed in a stretch of desert outside the city, Kuwait City. Now to the Pentagon, and so many questions tonight about just what is going on and the status of the U.S.-led military effort, especially in and around Baghdad. After a long day, NBC News Pentagon correspondent Jim Miklaszewski is still standing by for us tonight. And Mick, I saw on Nightly News you had 2 major points to report. Number 1, a secret kind of negotiation going on, and number 2, an explanation as to why we saw none of this shock and awe has become the latest expression.
That's right, Brian. First of all, after only 2 nights of bombings in Baghdad, Pentagon officials are now reporting that there appear, and we stress, appear to be serious cracks forming in the Iraqi regime that may have led to what we're told are secret surrender talks with senior military leaders, even some of those leaders who are members of Saddam Hussein's most trusted military force, the Special Republican Guards. Now, Pentagon officials had told told NBC that some of these talks had been going on for months, actually, but that when the fighting started, it pushed some of these leaders closer to the possibility that they could actually surrender not only themselves, but possibly Saddam Hussein. For the second night running, air raid sirens wailed over Baghdad. The Iraqi capital again came under a brief but intense attack. Lasting only 10 minutes, dozens of American bombs and missiles rained down on only a handful of Iraqi leadership targets. Not exactly the kind of devastating bombing first planned in the Pentagon's campaign of shock and awe. Instead, it's very tightly focused on driving out Saddam Hussein.
The days of the Saddam Hussein regime are numbered.
After targeting Saddam Hussein himself the night before, today's strikes were aimed at the heart of Saddam's regime, his special security organization run by his son Qusay, and the compound of his deputy prime minister Tariq Aziz.
It looks like as this is going to unfold, it's going to be a psychological drip, drip, drip on the Iraqi regime.
Simultaneously today, U.S. Army artillery and rockets in Kuwait pound Iraqi troops across the border. Thousands of American ground forces charged into Iraq as heavily armed Apache attack helicopters give them cover. U.S. and British troops quickly take the Iraqi port city of Qasr and advance in Iraqi troops outside Basra. But the Pentagon's campaign is not aimed at wiping out the Iraqi military. In fact, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld revealed today the U.S. is talking directly to Iraqi military leaders, even those in the Special Republican Guards, and suggested they could avoid all-out war if they took out Saddam Hussein themselves.
The Iraqi soldiers and officers must ask themselves whether they want to die fighting for a doomed regime, or do they want to survive?
But tonight, both sides are still at war. U.S. military officials report Iraqi troops have now set fire to at least 5 oil wells in the Rumalia oil fields in the south, while U.S. Special Forces have successfully seized and secured a number of Iraqi oil platforms out in the Persian Gulf. And Brian, even as that spot was airing, we're getting reports now of huge explosions in the Basra area. That's where U.S. ground troops were set to go up against the 51st mechanized group of Iraqi troops. It's supposed to be one of the tougher regular Iraqi army forces in the south, and thought to be the one that would give U.S. troops the most trouble. But at the same time, tonight, Pentagon officials are telling us that last night's attacks, airstrikes, on one of Saddam Hussein's bunkers in Baghdad apparently killed some senior members of the Iraqi regime, and we're told by this official that if it didn't kill Saddam Hussein, it left him badly shaken. Brian?
So, Jim, even though we've been dwelling on these green nightscope pictures because it's really the only part of the battlefield we have live television access to, it should not by any stretch of the imagination indicate that fighting is at all subdued or suspended in other parts of this country.
And there are some people within the administration who have their suspicions, even about those who are engaged in these secret surrender talks. They're wondering if they're being led along. So while there is some hope, slight glimmer of hope, that these kinds of talks might yield an early end to this fighting, nobody is going into this blindly, and the military plan proceeds as planned or as replanned, or however you want to put it.
I get your drift. Jim Miklaszewski at the Pentagon for us tonight. Mick, thank you. And now the kind of parlor game that has come out of this conflict today, the very basic question put bluntly, is Saddam Hussein alive or dead? NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has been looking into this all day long, is with us after another long day at the Pentagon. Andrea.
Brian, U.S. officials tonight believe that the man who appeared on Iraqi television after the attack probably was Saddam Hussein. They're not absolutely sure, but it probably was Saddam Hussein. But that does not automatically mean that he survived the attack. A visibly rattled Saddam Hussein, if it is Saddam Hussein, appearing 3 hours after the U.S. hit the fortified compound where the CIA believed he and his 2 sons were staying, along with other top leaders of the regime. NBC News has learned the location the U.S. targeted was the family's residential compound just south of Baghdad. They tracked Saddam there through electronic intercepts. On television afterwards, Saddam looked different, wearing thick glasses.
Glasses generally are seen more as a sign of weakness and not a virile man, and so it's puzzling why that was done last night.
One government theory, Saddam was asleep when the bombs hit and afterwards couldn't find his own reading glasses. But why did the Iraqi leader, who usually reads smoothly off a teleprompter, speak haltingly from notes?
He went to Baghdad.
Amir Tahiri has interviewed him.
This was something handwritten, if you like, homework book. Whoever wrote it did it under very limited circumstances.
So is this the real Saddam? The U.S. is now using voice print technology to make sure. But could he have pre-taped the message? That's also being studied.
To try to date the tape as well, given that it may have some impact on whether he survived or not.
Although he mentions the date, March 20th, U.S. officials say he may have recorded several versions in preparation for just such an attack. U.S. officials say this case was not disinformation to shake up the regime, like rumors earlier this week that Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz had defected. But it is a technique the U.S. uses to force officials to appear publicly so they can be more easily targeted. Now, even if the U.S. did not get Saddam Hussein, certainly they shook him up. And as Mick was just reporting, Brian, they may well have gotten other key members of the regime who were in that complex. Most notably, their hope is that they got his son, Qusay, who is such a powerful figure as the head of the Republican Guard and the head of the Special Security Organization. Brian?
Andrea, first off, I don't know who's had the long day, but I put you at the Pentagon and not the State Department. My apologies. Secondly, how much on guard should we be for a little bit of kind of old-fashioned wartime government propaganda here?
Well, there's a lot of psyops going on, and in particular, one top official told me that he would not dissuade me from assuming that a sister agency might have put out that information to foreign broadcasters and foreign journalists that Tariq Aziz was defecting the other day. There was also information about another top Iraqi official on Monday, which later led to that official popping up on television, as Tariq Aziz did. Now, they are by law not supposed to put out disinformation to American news organizations. That does not mean that they don't do it to foreign news organizations and then it blows back and we pick it up and it becomes recycled. So that was all underway. This, they say, was different. To put it bluntly, maybe borrow a term from The Sopranos, the official told me we were trying to whack him. Brian?
Well, there you go. Andrea Mitchell at the State Department. Andrea, again, our thanks. Before we get a working theory from a military expert on why this air campaign appears to have stopped when and where it did, let's check back in with Lester Holt at our headquarters on the very latest back in the States. Lester?
Brian, as we sweep past the quarter of the hour, I want to bring folks up to date with the latest developments. Here are the headlines. The U.S.-led ground campaign now underway in Iraq. Let's show you pictures of the beginning of that invasion as troops moved across the border from Kuwait into Iraq, first leading with heavy artillery fire and rocket fire to prepare the battlefield. In a statement broadcast on Iraqi television, Iraqi military officials confirmed they fired missiles at U.S. military bases in Kuwait after earlier denying having done so. Kuwaiti officials said Iraq fired at least 2 missiles, but they were intercepted. Here at home, the FBI is conducting a massive manhunt for a suspected member of al-Qaeda. 27-year-old Adnan El-Shukarajuam is believed to be potentially a key planner figure in the terrorist organization. We'll recap the latest headlines on the Iraq crisis for you every 15 minutes here on MSNBC. Brian?
Lester, thank you for that. And now to the various theories about why we saw what we saw today in Baghdad and why it stayed at just that, the one apparent air raid after all this talk about the new operative expression at the Pentagon, shock and awe. With us tonight is retired Army Colonel and Army Ranger and Special Operations veteran Tony Coran, who, by the way, has been helping us all week long here in the area and opening up a lot of special operations doors, if you know what I mean. Tony, what are your operating theories as to why it stayed right there? We were kind of expecting some of the news media took on an air of almost disappointment. We didn't see more, but we were expecting more.
We were, but Brian, I think there's three reasons we ought to take a look at. One is that the CENTCOM and General Franks may have decided to give our ground troops, who are making very good progress right now, more time to get in position or maybe on the skirts of Baghdad before administering a coup de grace or the shock and awe. Secondly, they may be trying to diminish or reduce the physical damage to Baghdad for the reconstruction. And third, as Jim and you were just discussing, the possibility that dissident elements are at work and they have a fragile communication structure, and we might not want to disrupt that before this is carried out. But I'd suggest maybe it's a combination of all three.
Be that it is on hold because something is brewing.
I think there's a very real possibility of that, and particularly their communication, their command and control structure has never been particularly robust, and now after the first strike, it may be diminished even further. We hit them with shock and awe, and they may not have the ability to revolt or take out Saddam.
In your business, there's an expression, BDA, that some viewers may remember going back to the first Gulf War. What's the term, and why is it an issue in figuring out whether or not Saddam survived that attack last night?
Well, BDA is bomb damage assessment, and it's the results of the strike. And there are a number of ways to assess it. Obviously, you can do it from the air. You can do it electronically, picking up intercepts. The best way to do it is with boots on the ground. That may be the most difficult for us to do right now, but that's the most accurate.
When you hear all these stories about was it Saddam in that videotape, is he alive or dead, do you have a gut feeling on any of this?
I really don't, although I was struck when we watched the tape a little while ago that he was on a steno pad and he was flipping that pad. It certainly didn't look staged or pre-recorded.
For a guy who's always been so much in control of his own destiny. Tony, people are so interested in the special ops angle of this. These are just some of your secrets that are coming out. I think it's safe to say that if people knew all of the involvement, things like PSYOPs, electronic surveillance, and it's best people don't know because the military would lose their effectiveness, I think they'd be very surprised, to put it lightly.
Brian, it's clear that the special ops war has been going on for a number of weeks. And you and I had the privilege of going out and visiting them a couple of days ago and seeing some real-time, real-life missions being prepared and then launched. There's really four dimensions to this war. You have the ground action from the south. You have the ground action from the north, which is limited now and may be airborne and air assault forces around the northern oil fields. You have the air war, which is significant, but you also have the special operations war, which covers, as you said, the special operations, the Green Berets, the Rangers, Delta Force, the SEALs, but also psychological operations and civil affairs.
What do you think is going on in Basra? I was just handed another bit of news here from the Reuters news agency, something we heard earlier, that huge explosions are lighting up the sky in Basra. What's going on? What elements of the military are likely involved, without giving anything away, and why is it important?
Well, given what we know of the array of troops, it's likely that the Marine Expeditionary Force and the 1st Marine Division have Basra as an objective. What we may be seeing is artillery or preparation of Basra. You may be in an assault of Basra right now. It's hard to tell, but we can probably expect that it's the 1st Marine Division right now.
Is it really considered the second most important city in Iraq?
Well, it is. Particularly with the oil fields right north of there, they have 2/3 of the oil wells in Iraq, 1,000 out of 1,500.
Also, knowing the Patriot missile as you do, okay, so it had a mixed record in the first Gulf War. We were told there was a new and updated version, the software was better. Are you surprised that here we are in our safe distance from the Iraqi border, our broadcast center in Kuwait City, we came apparently very close close to having a visit from an Iraqi missile, several of which have gotten through, even tonight, past air defenses.
I'm not really surprised. The technology required to pick something out of the sky is very fine. So if we even got a couple, I think it's probably somewhat of a success.
Tony Corrin, it's been a pleasure. We'll be talking to you along the way. Thanks for helping us figure out just what we're seeing and not seeing tonight. The CENTCOM headquarters is, of course, where this entire mission is located. Tommy Franks, the commander of this battle, is headquartered out of there. Our own David Schuster has been watching things there, although I understand, David, the stream of information, shall we say, has not been robust from the Pentagon at mid-mission.
Brian, I think you're absolutely right on that. In fact, some of the public information officers seem to be getting their information not from their commanders here, but actually from the bank of television monitors and watching those reports come in from the reporters who have been embedded with various units. And to follow up on what you and Tony Corrin were just saying, our colleagues our British colleagues say that a reporter with the Times of London is reporting that Royal Marine Commandos are part of that attack in the Basra area, that they've already taken Red Beach, that they were apparently part of the taking of Qasr. What's so significant about Basra, at least from people here and what they've said over the last couple of days, is that there's a conviction here at Central Command that once Basra falls, that you're going to see this sort of jubilation and celebration that the Pentagon and that U.S. Central Command want Iraqi soldiers and the rest of the country to see. They believe that it will weaken their resolve, and in fact, they're so eager to take Basra and to take it quickly early on in this war that there are already plans and arrangements for news crews to fly in military helicopters so that the pictures can be beamed out of there as quickly as possible. You'll recall, Brian, that from the Persian Gulf War, at the end of the Persian Gulf War, a Shiite population there, that there was a rebellion against Saddam Hussein and that it was brutally crushed by troops loyal to Saddam Hussein. So there's an anticipation here at CENTCOM that those in Basra have no great love for Saddam and that there might be the sort of celebration there that military planners, including General Franks, are counting on. So in any case, while we're not exactly certain when the shock and awe will begin in Baghdad, it does at least appear that the ground operations are sort of unfolding as U.S. Central Command had anticipated, and that is with an early taking of Basra. If in fact that is what is happening, and I think once that does happen, Brian, all of a sudden you're going to see a lot of things change here at Central Command, and I think you will start seeing some briefings with the military trying to pound home the message that at least a certain part of Iraq has been liberated. Brian?
And David, I think one of the downsides of dwelling, but as we must, since it's a live picture from an active battlefield, dwelling on these night scope pictures of Baghdad all day and all night, it does give the indication that that's the only game in town. But you there at CENTCOM know full well Iraq is a big country. There are many, many American and British units that are on the road tonight, and some of them perhaps stopping for a few hours, but others moving along at a good clip.
Well, that's right. I mean, there are indications in part because of some of the reporters that have been embedded, and at least some of the information that's not coming out, that some of those troops are moving pretty quickly. And again, our British colleagues talked about a very sort of lightning move across the border into Iraq involving these Royal Marine Commandos, which they were saying also included the 1st Marine Division, which, as Tony Corrin was pointing out, actually has a lot of mobility. So in any case, it would appear at least that the troops are moving fairly quickly, and there's every indication that I think the briefings here at Central Command, where they'll be able to start talking about some of the early victories, we believe that should be happening fairly soon. Brian?
Now, David, I find something else notable. There was early guidance today that maybe we would hear from Tommy Franks from that elaborate briefing room that's been set up there. Also, a former Bush White House aide has been appointed the spokesperson for this campaign, which is a first. It's a non-military person, but we haven't heard from them tonight. You combine that with the fact that the air campaign was without explanation, really kind of suspended after an incomplete first wave. It must have led to a lot of speculation, especially among your peers covering the story there at CENTCOM today.
Well, a lot of speculation, Brian, that in fact that perhaps that they did not get Saddam Hussein, because the thinking was that if in fact last night this target of opportunity was Saddam and that they were able to verify that they got him, that Tommy Franks and Don Rumsfeld would be taking to their respective podiums and announcing it to the world. And so I think the fact that there hasn't been any sort of briefing yet is perhaps an indication that they don't have the sort of the claim of a victory yet, at least in the early stages, that they want to be able to have before they take to this podium. And by the way, you're right, this is a facility that cost American taxpayers $1.5 million. And one of the sort of the dark humor here is they have this wonderful facility here in the middle of the desert that hasn't been used yet, at least as far as the media is concerned.
Well, perhaps we'll break that tomorrow. David Schuster, thank you very much for being with us. And another housekeeping note for the viewers just joining us, the noise in the background here, we have a plastic roof that is literally being lifted up and down by what must be, by my layperson's reading, about a 40-mile-an-hour desert wind tonight. Thankfully, it has not brought with it the sandstorms that the winds have meant in the last couple of days since we've been here. And, of course, we think of those in the field tonight as well when we mention that. We also mentioned this at the top of the broadcast, one aspect of this larger story that really received short shrift today and even on the network evening newscasts. The burgeoning peace movement, the protests all over the world, several European countries, and tonight we have a developing story along those lines in Chicago. Lester Holt is along from headquarters with more on that. Lester.
Brian, an extraordinary scene in Chicago tonight where protesters made their way onto the busy Lakeshore Drive. It is kind of the north-south lifeblood of Chicago, right along the lakeshore there of Lake Michigan. About 1,000 protesters made their way into the traffic lanes and brought traffic to a halt. NBC's Jim Avila is in our Chicago bureau on the telephone to tell us more. What can you tell us, Jim?
Well, it's still going on, Lester. There's still large numbers of people. Estimates of about 1,000 police officers, at least 100, more than 100 police officers, and I can see now that what they're trying to do is corral them at the corner of Oak and Michigan. Michigan Avenue, of course, another famous street in Chicago, Oak Street being sort of the Rodeo Drive, Fifth Avenue of Chicago, and at that very busy corner, there's now completely stopped and gridlocked. This has been going on now for about an hour. The police officers have successfully moved many of them off Lakeshore Drive, but now they've moved west onto Michigan Avenue, where it's just as big of a headache at this time.
All right, Jim Avila, as we continue to watch these pictures taped just a short time ago of the crowd on Lakeshore Drive, one of many war protests we've seen in this country. Another one snarled traffic in Midtown Manhattan, Times Square area today as people again walked into the traffic lanes. We'll continue to watch that situation from here, but right now, Brian, let's continue with your coverage in Kuwait City.
Lester, thanks. We'll be back to you for the latest in a few minutes as we take a step back today. What has really been a very strange 24 hours, beginning with a surgical airstrike that apparently was an audible called by the president based on the best available intelligence at the White House and was not part of the larger battle plan. That larger battle plan, though, today got underway in earnest. A look back at these past few hours from Dateline NBC correspondent Dennis Murphy.
A little after 9 p.m. Iraqi time tonight, the United States attacked Baghdad with a ferocious assault of air and sea-launched cruise missiles, 2,000-pound penetrating bombs. The U.S. unleashed its terrible swift sword on downtown Baghdad, the palaces, the power center of Saddam Hussein and his elite. Peter Arnett, reporting for National Geographic Explorer and NBC News, described the view from his window.
Big explosion near the presidential palace. You will hear those explosions now.
Will this latest attack cripple the resolve of the Iraqi military? And this evening, there's even a question, surprisingly, about who's in charge. Who was this man on Iraqi TV tape denouncing Bush Jr. as a criminal? He looked like Saddam Hussein, but a more subdued version. One with unfamiliar glasses, reading listlessly from a lined pad, not the teleprompter the Iraqi president favors. The improbable mystery after an improbable start to war is this: is Saddam Hussein dead? Government analysts are studying the image, comparing the voice, Saddam or a double. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld says the who is he question is very much on everyone's mind today.
Mr. Secretary, do you believe, in fact, that the man on the tape that was run on Iraqi TV last night was, in fact, Saddam Hussein?
There's debate about that.
Iraq responded to the first attack by an almost punch-drunk launch of short-range missiles aimed at U.S. troops across the border in Kuwait. They landed without effect. NBC's Dana Lewis, with 101st Airborne on the Kuwait-Iraqi border, had to put on a gas mask as a horn warned of an impending missile attack.
We have just heard another alarm.
Scenes like this were repeated many times today. The war began at dawn Iraqi time with a total fake-out, a directed lightning attempt to kill Saddam Hussein and his top leaders. Multiple explosions thundered. An orange fireball erupted moments later over what would be described as a target of opportunity, a leadership compound in Baghdad, where President Bush had been told at an intelligence briefing the Iraqi president was meeting with his top military commanders, including possibly his two sons, Qusay and Uday. The president spoke to the nation from the Oval Office 45 minutes later.
On my orders, coalition forces have begun striking selected targets of military importance to undermine Saddam Hussein's ability to wage war.
A barrage of cruise missiles, 36 of them at least, were fired from U.S. Navy ships in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea, all aimed at selected targets inside Iraq, principally that leadership compound and bunker. In addition, 2 stealth bombers like this one, packing what military commanders might have hoped would be the kill shot, each warplane dropping a 2,000-pound bomb called the Bunker Buster. This NBC News animation illustrates the capability of a bunker buster attack if everything goes perfectly. The attacking bombers fix a laser beam on their target, and the unleashed weapon flies towards it. The bomb penetrates the building, smashes through the lower floors, the underground bunkers, and explodes with lethal consequences. Meanwhile, intense U.S. Army howitzer fire from Kuwait into Iraq this evening is being seen as the start of the ground war. Jeez. Kuwait's news agency is reporting that U.S. troops have already moved out across the border and taken an Iraqi border town. President Bush met with cabinet officials this afternoon and spoke of the men and women of the U.S. military.
There's no question we've set the finest of our citizens into harm's way. They perform with great skill and great bravery. We thank them. We thank their loved ones. We appreciate their sacrifice.
A number of world leaders, prominently Russia's President Putin, has called the U.S.-led attack a mistake. Bush's press secretary said the president understands views like Putin's, but said they won't change the battle plan.
The president understands and respects the opinions of leaders like President Putin. Nevertheless, that will not deter the United States and the coalition of the willing from disarming the Iraqi regime.
Parts of downtown Baghdad are in flames tonight. The military compares its strategy to a boxer's. Punch him hard, then stand back and see if he needs another.
And there's every reason to believe the military is still acting on orders tonight throughout Iraq. We heard some provocative comments by Senator Jay Rockefeller, the ranking Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee tonight. He seemed to indicate by his comments that something may be going on that the eye can't see behind the scenes that would explain what we saw in Baghdad and why it was limited to just that today. Reporters from NBC News tried to get some similar information out of Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld tonight when he arrived on Capitol Hill for a meeting with senators.
Could, but I won't. What else?
Can you tell us how much you need for a supplemental?
The White House is working on that, and I think it'll probably go up fairly soon. What number they'll end up landing on is it's a mix of defense, state, and other agencies, Homeland Security, and I just don't have that in my head.
Mr. Secretary, information about Saddam Hussein, if he was injured?
No, I have no information that I can provide on that subject. Ask me a question I can answer. Things are going very well. General Franks and his team are first rate. They're enormously capable. They've got a plan that, in my judgment, is excellent. And they are proceeding with it. There is no question but that regime is not going to be there in the future. And at some point, the people of Iraq and the military of Iraq will register that fact. The people will be enormously relieved and liberated. And the military, if they're wise, will refuse to obey orders, and particularly will refuse to obey any orders involving the use of weapons of mass destruction.
The nothing if not confident former Navy fighter pilot Donald Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense, that was on the Hill just tonight. A few more questions for retired Colonel and Special Operations veteran Tony Coran. Tony, two stories to ask you about these explosions in Basra tonight. They could, of course, be the work of U.S. jets. Where would they likely be out of? What would you use on a mission like that in terms of aircraft?
Well, Brian, if our troops and let's say the British Royal Marine Commandos are either poised or in a final assault on Basra, you'll see close attack aircraft. In the Marines' case, Cobra helicopters, Harrier jump jets, and perhaps some British aircraft. But those are pilots that are trained to really support frontline troops. They have to be very precise, and it's a coordinated dance out there.
And speaking of PSYOPs, this was mentioned earlier in our hour, wouldn't you love to be able to say to Saddam Hussein or his senior military people, look, Basra is falling, it's on live television, your beloved city of Basra?
Absolutely, and that's clearly an intent, that's clearly part of the plan, and we'll have to see how it unfolds in the next couple of hours.
We have a report through British television, actually through a circuitous set of sources, that there are explosions tonight in Mosul, up in the northern part of the country. What does that mean to you?
It could mean a number of things. It may mean that the second front, or the northern front, the northern approach, has been opened up by the Allied forces. We can't really say what that might be. It could be airborne troops, it could be special operations troops, it could be air assault troops, although I don't think the 101st has moved yet.
Do you think there were any surprises this afternoon when those infantry and heavy mechanized troops like the 3rd ID had, when they breached the berm and went across the border? We've really yet to hear a complete report of how that went.
You know, Brian, we haven't, and I suspect that the reason we haven't really heard from them is they are moving very fast. The idea on a breach, just as Wayne Downing talked about earlier, is a football play, and you open the hole and you take a force and you push it through. And in this case, it's an exploitation force, and in this case, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't some of the people that we talked to 2 or 3 days ago. But interestingly enough, they talked about a speed that has probably been unheard of in ground forces, somewhere in excess of 30, 40 miles an hour they're trying to move.
And through the desert, with all of the holes and potential hazards, does night vision really give you the confidence to move at a clip like that?
Night technology gives it, training gives it, and you combine those two, and it's not to say there aren't a few waddies out there that are going to take you out, but it gives you an ability that's unmatched anywhere in the world.
How much do you worry about landmines left over from the last one, or perhaps recently laid landmines? One of the reports today was the Iraqis they picked up near the border were caught in the act of laying mines.
You know, for a tank force or Bradley force, that's probably one of the greatest dangers they have. So it's a real worry, and hopefully, I hate to say hopefully, but they're going to rely on intelligence, forward observation from both their long-range reconnaissance units, aerial survey, aerial predators, to try and pick that up. But it's always a danger.
Tony Coran, as always, thank you for your expertise on this. We mentioned what it was like today here in Kuwait City, the concussions that were the way many of us started our day, the noises from outside the window, followed by what can be particularly ominous air raid sirens in this city, and then, one hopes, as was the case all day today, the all clear. Maybe it was the fact that American military commanders gave Kuwait Kuwaitis a false sense of security that the Patriot missiles would be an invisible shield over Kuwait. Well, that security went away with the first sight of missiles coming over the border here from Iraq. American and British troops in the desert running for cover. Come on! Afraid of being caught in a gas attack after the siren rang out, signaling Iraqi missiles had been launched at Kuwait.
I don't know how close they were, and I don't know what they were, but the call came to gas up.
Just miles away here in Kuwait City, panic as the sirens wailed for the first time, warning of an attack from Iraq. Those who had them crammed their faces into gas masks, and those who didn't fled to bomb shelters and their homes, leaving the city streets deserted. Armored cars with special sensors swept the city, sniffing for nuclear, biological, and chemical materials.
Everything is returning to normal, so please go about your normal business.
No Iraqi missiles hit the city, but it was hard to get back to normal business here. The airport was overwhelmed. India and Pakistan put on special flights to evacuate their own citizens. This woman was booking her children out on whatever flight she could find.
I don't want my children to feel these sounds and to hear these sounds of sounds of war. I don't want them to make them afraid.
But Dr. Hamad al-Hassawi, defense advisor to the Kuwaiti government, says the people here aren't just afraid of Iraq attacking them with missiles.
Kuwaitis never had the experience, the intensive experience of dealing with casualties on a large scale.
And tonight, as Kuwaitis watched live television pictures of the U.S. attack on neighboring Iraq, foreign workers here tried to grab the last plane tickets out of Kuwait as the airspace is shut down.